I dream of it amongst the
was orchestrated by the Israel lobby. Finkelstein argues that if the principal architects of the war, namely George Bush, Dick Cheney, and Donald Rumsfeld, were motivated by Israel, why, in the first and second-hand accounts of the pre-war behind-the-scenes debates of the Bush administration, Israel barely gets a passing mention? Finkelstein looks to their memoirs. In her memoir, No Higher Honor, Condoleezza Rice, who was National Security Advisor in the Bush administration, does not list or even allude to Israeli security as the, or even a, motive behind the attack. In his memoir, Known and Unknown, Donald Rumsfeld, who was Secretary of Defense in the Bush administration, also does not list or even allude to Israeli security as the, or even a, motive behind the attack. In his memoir, In My Time, Dick Cheney, who was vice president in the Bush administration, also does not list or even allude to Israeli security as the, or even a, motive behind the attack. If the Israel lobby played such a critical role in the decision to attack Iraq, how was it able to so effectively cover its tracks? One could understand why Cheney et al. Might want to conceal that oil was the impetus behind the attack, but it is unclear what motive they would have to conceal the Israel lobby's role. It's a good question. If Israel played an important role in the decision to invade Iraq, one would think that this would be mentioned in the various memoirs of the perpetrators. In Mersheimer and Walt's book, they quote knowledgeable and well-respected individuals who had said openly that the war was linked with Israel's security, beginning with a Philip Zelikow. In September of 2002, Zelikow was a member of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, known to insiders as PIFIAB. He would also serve as executive director of the 9/11 Commission and as counselor to Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. They've also written at least 2 books together. His words before an audience at the University of Virginia on September 10, 2002, were first reported by Imad McKay of the Interpress Service in 2004. While speaking on a panel of foreign policy experts, Zelikow said the following statements. The unstated threat, and here I criticize the Bush administration a little, because the argument that they make over and over again is that this is about a threat to the United States. And then everybody says, show me an imminent threat from Iraq to America. Show me, why would Iraq attack America or use nuclear weapons against us? So I'll tell you what I think the real threat is. And actually has been since 1990. It's the threat against Israel. And this is the threat that dare not speak its name because the Europeans don't care deeply about that threat, I will tell you frankly. And the American government doesn't want to lean too hard on it rhetorically because it's not a popular sell. Zelikow names a familiar foe. If the danger is a biological weapon handed to Hamas, then what's the American alternative then? Play out those scenarios. Don't look at the ties between Iraq and Al-Qaeda, but then ask yourself the question, gee, is Iraq tied to Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the people who carry out suicide bombings in Israel? Easy question to answer, and the evidence is abundant. Zelikow was right. In an October 2002 Human Rights Watch report on Palestinian suicide bombings during the Second Intifada, they note that Saddam Hussein's government provides funds to families of martyrs and others and has established a differential in which families of suicide bombing operatives are said to receive a considerably larger sum of $25,000, while other families that have suffered a death receive $10,000. Iraq provides these monies through the local Ba'ath Party-affiliated Arab Liberation Front, or ALF. The ALF is a constituent member of the Palestine Liberation Organization. They cite an informative article from the Sydney Morning Herald. Its author, Paul McHugh, interviewed the Arab Liberation Front's Secretary General Raket Salem, who confirmed that since late 2000, more than 800 families have received martyr payments of $10,000. It's transferred by the banks, he said, from the Iraqi banks to the banks in Palestine. Philip Zelikow was not happy with Mearsheimer and Walt publishing his quote in the original article which later became the book. In the endnotes of the subsequent book, Mearsheimer and Walt write, "We used these quotations in our original article in the London Review of Books, and Zelikow challenged our interpretation of them. We based our discussion on a full and unimpeachable record of his remarks, and his challenge has no basis in fact." Ironically, Zelikow appears to have been proving the point made in his original speech. As we saw earlier, Finkelstein's skepticism of Mearsheimer-Walt's argument includes the fact that there is no mention of Israel as a motivation for invading Iraq in the memoirs of Condoleezza Rice, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, and others. But should that not itself elicit pause and skepticism? In his Decision Points, George W. Bush recalls a meeting with British Premier Tony Blair in April of 2002. In April 2002, Tony and Sherry visited Laura and me in Crawford. Tony and I talked about coercive diplomacy as a way to address the threat from Iraq. Tony suggested that we seek a UN Security Council resolution that presented Saddam with a clear ultimatum: allow weapons inspectors back into Iraq or face serious consequences.
As I recall that discussion, it was less to do with specifics about what we were going to do on Iraq or indeed the Middle East, because the Israel issue was a big, big issue at the time. In fact, I think I remember actually there may have been conversations that we had even with Israelis, the two of us, whilst we were there. So that was a major part of all this. But the principal part of my conversation, we've got to deal with the various different dimensions of this whole issue.
As we can clearly see, Blair provides details peculiarly absent from Bush's telling. Bush also railed against his critics in his memoir, saying some alleged that America's real intent was to control Iraq's oil or satisfy Israel. Those theories were false. I was sending our troops into combat to protect the American people. Saying Saddam refused to cooperate with weapons inspectors, even with the threat of an invasion on his doorstep. The only logical conclusion was that he was hiding WMD. Despite an October 2003 Congressional Research Service report, which noted that from late November 2002 to March 2003, UN inspectors combed Iraq looking for weapons of mass destruction, conducting over 750 inspections at 550 sites. There's also the findings of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence's report on Iraq WMD, published in 2004. One of the committee's members, the late Dianne Feinstein, stated in no uncertain terms the state of Iraq's so-called nuclear program in the lead up to the invasion. I think it is clear that there was not an ongoing nuclear program. In August of 2002, prior to the vote in the Senate on the authorization to go to war, I spent a day in Vienna at the International Atomic Energy Agency. The IAEA is the agency that runs nuclear inspections. They saw no signs of a nuclear program in Iraq. The IAEA convinced me that there was no ongoing nuclear program in Iraq. The intelligence reporting on a possible Iraqi nuclear program did not have an impact on me because I did not believe it was correct. Though she still voted for the war, oddly enough. The reason for the Bush administration's quietness about the role of Israel in the planning is evidenced by a revealing article in the Jewish Forward newspaper. The article is absent from both its English language and Yiddish language archives. It took some serious digging to find, actually, oddly enough, though Internet Archive finally came through with the right maneuvering. It's called Iraqi Move Puts Israel in Lonely U.S. Corner. And it was written by Mark Perlman for the week of September 20th, 2002 edition. In contrast to Bush's memoir alleging Saddam refused to cooperate with weapons inspectors, with the only logical conclusion being Saddam possessed WMD, Saddam Hussein's surprise acceptance of unconditional United Nations weapons inspections put Israel in the hot seat this week, forcing it into the open as the only nation actively supporting the Bush administration's goal of Iraqi regime change. Israel's diffident stance appeared untenable this week after most capitals welcomed the Iraqi announcement Monday that it would accept the return of weapons inspectors without conditions. Further, Perlman writes, Israel and its supporters have insisted for weeks that while they sympathize with the administration's hardline stance toward Baghdad, they were reluctant to advocate any position openly. The reluctance was fueled by fears that critics would claim the United States was going to war on Israel's behalf, or even, as some have suggested, at Israel's behest. These concerns came a month after Prime Minister Ariel Sharon told the Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee that Iraq is the greatest danger facing Israel. Though he clarified, "We aren't intervening in U.S. decisions," but he said that strategic coordination between Israel and the U.S. has reached unprecedented dimensions. Days later, Aluf Ben reported for Haaretz, Israel is pressing the United States not to defer action aimed at toppling Saddam Hussein's regime in Iraq. Quoting Foreign Minister Shimon Peres, the problem today is not if, but when. Adding that while attacking now would be quite dangerous, postponing it would be more dangerous. Aluf Ben continues, but like Sharon, Peres also added a disclaimer, saying he did not want to be seen as urging the United States to act and that America should act according to its own judgment. Israel, he said, will be a good soldier in the camp led by President George W. Bush. The appetite for war among Israeli officials was on open display. Former Prime Ministers Ehud Barak and Benjamin Netanyahu wrote op-eds urging invasion. Barak wrote for the New York Times an article titled, "Taking Apart Iraq's Nuclear Threat." Those who prefer to wait and hope for the best should contemplate the following. No one really knows how close Saddam Hussein is to building a crude nuclear device, and it was a crude device that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Few will doubt Mr. Hussein's readiness to use a nuclear weapon against American assets or against Israel, if only under extreme circumstances. Once Iraq becomes a nuclear power, the very decision to go to war against it would become a totally different ballgame. Notably, Barak felt comfortable enough to reveal his battle plan, which involved deploying some 300,000 American soldiers. For a successful invasion of Iraq, two operational options are basically valid: a surgical operation to hit the core of the regime, and a full-scale operation to include major airborne and ground forces, perhaps 300,000 soldiers. Saddam Hussein has set an example of defiance, especially against the first President Bush, that other Arab leaders cannot and should not emulate. Netanyahu wrote for the Wall Street Journal, "Most Americans understand that had al-Qaeda possessed an atomic device last September, the city of New York would not exist today. They realize that last week we could have grieved not for thousands of dead, but for millions. This is a dictator who is rapidly expanding his arsenal of biological and chemical weapons, who has used these weapons of mass destruction against his subjects and his neighbors, and who is feverishly trying to acquire nuclear weapons. We now know that had the democracies taken preemptive action to bring down Hitler's regime in the 1930s, the worst horrors in history could have been avoided. Today, nothing less than dismantling his regime will do. I write this as a citizen of the country that is most endangered by a preemptive strike. For in the last gasps of his dying regime, Saddam may well attempt to launch his remaining missiles with their biological and chemical warheads at the Jewish state. We support this American action even though we stand on the front lines, while others criticize it as they sit comfortably on the sidelines." This hawkish rhetoric reportedly gave rise to concern among Israeli officials, writes Dan Eisenberg for the Jerusalem Post, in an article absent from its online archive, which I had to access via ProQuest, since it has not been archived in the Wayback Machine. The date was March 10, 2003. The U.S. attack on Iraq will begin next week, but Channel One reported that the Foreign Ministry is receiving reports from the U.S. that the plethora of war predictions emanating from Israeli leaders is being sharply criticized by the U.S. media, which accuse them of trying to goad the administration into war. Until now, however, Israeli officials have continuously ignored warnings from U.S. and Israeli leaders, including Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, to be cautious and stop predicting when the war will begin. Sharon himself appeared to heed the warning, and the man who previously claimed Saddam was the greatest threat to Israel praised President Bush today for his pursuit of a possible war in Iraq while seeking to disavow any Israeli involvement, writes James Bennett for the New York Times. The finely calibrated statement reflected concerns at the top of the government that many of the war's critics in the United States, Europe, and elsewhere were identifying Israel as an instigator. Mr. Sharon sought to split Israel's support for a war from any responsibility for it. I wish to emphasize, we are not involved in this war, Mr. Sharon said in a meeting of his party, Likud. Looking past an Iraq war, the defense minister, Shal Mofaz, has urged the United States to prepare to put diplomatic and economic pressures on Iran. More on that later. Indeed, not just Israeli officials were concerned, but also pro-Israel lobbyists in the United States. Dana Milbank, writing for the Washington Post, reported in November 2002 that a group of U.S. political consultants has sent pro-Israel leaders a memo urging them to keep quiet while the Bush administration pursues a possible war with Iraq. The 6-page memo was sent by the Israel Project, a group funded by American Jewish organizations and individual donors. Let American politicians fight it out on the floor of Congress and in the media, the memo said. If your goal is regime change, you must be more careful with your language because of the potential backlash. You do not want Americans to believe that the war on Iraq is being waged to protect Israel rather than to protect America. And it was this pro-Israel lobby in the United States that sought to tone down language implicating itself in the war which it had persuaded the Bush administration to pursue. At least that's how Mersheimer and Walt would put it. The driving force behind the Iraq War was a small band of neoconservatives who had long favored the energetic use of American power to reshape critical areas of the world. They had advocated toppling Saddam since the mid-1990s and believed this step would benefit the United States and Israel alike. It was the pro-Israel Thomas Friedman who told Haaretz's Ari Shavit in April 2003, "I could give you the names of 25 people, all of whom are at this moment within a 5-block radius of this office," they were in Washington, D.C. at the time, "who, if you had exiled them to a desert island a year and a half ago, the Iraq War would not have happened." They were all affiliated with more than one think tank, comprising a network of like-minded fellows and scholars who would come to hold prominent positions in the Bush administration and have an influential role in American foreign policy. John Bolton, who would serve as the ambassador to the United Nations, could boast being a scholar for the Project for the New American Century, the American Enterprise Institute, and the Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs, whose advisory board also included former CIA Director James Woolsey and even Dick Cheney. What the late William R. Polk once described as an affinity bordering on patriotism to Israel among the neoconservatives is by no stretch of the imagination limited to Jews. In fact, Bolton is so pro-Israel that in May 2006, Israeli ambassador to the United Nations Dan Gillerman joked Bolton was a secret member of Israel's own team at the United Nations. The secret is out. We really are not just 5 diplomats, we are at least 6, including John Bolton. After Bolton was to be reappointed in late 2006, which caused controversy among Democrats and Republicans alike, one of his defenders included Malcolm Hoenlein, vice president of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. We talked about them in my last video. The Conference of Presidents comprises the 50 largest organizations in the American Israel lobby. The Jewish community remained supportive and would want to see Bolton stay, Hoenlein said. Mark Perlman, writing for The Forward, explains, Bolton is viewed as a strong supporter of Israel and exercised the American veto last week on a UN Security Council resolution condemning the killing of Palestinian civilians in Gaza. Bolton had cultivated especially close personal bonds over the years with all major Jewish groups. Just how much power did the neoconservatives have in the Bush administration? Mersheimer and Walt explain. Prominent officials in the Bush administration included Paul Wolfowitz and Douglas Feith, the number 2 and 3 civilians in the Pentagon, Richard Perle, Kenneth Edelman and James Woolsey, members of the influential Defense Policy Board, Scooter Libby, the Vice President's Chief of Staff and National Security Advisor, John Bolton, Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security, and his Special Assistant, David Wurmser, and Elliot Abrams, who is in charge of Middle East policy at the National Security Council. Mr. Wolfowitz, considered a leader of the neoconservatives, has an informative history prior to his being appointed as Deputy Secretary of Defense. Joseph Cirincione wrote for the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace just one day before the U.S. would invade Iraq on the 19th of March 2003. Long before September 11th, before the first inspections in Iraq had started, a small group of influential officials and experts in Washington were calling for regime change in Iraq. Some never wanted to end the 1991 war. Many are now administration officials. Their organization, dedication, and brilliance offer much to admire, even for those who disagree with the policies they advocate. Cirincione's history begins as early as 1992. Paul Wolfowitz, then Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, supervised the drafting of the Defense Policy Guidance document. A partially redacted version of the document is available in the National Security Archive. A section titled Middle East and Southwest Asia reads, "As demonstrated by Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, it remains fundamentally important to prevent a hegemon or alignment of powers from dominating the region. We must endeavor to curb proliferation of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, as well as ballistic and cruise missiles. The infusion of new and improved conventional arms and the proliferation of ballistic missiles and weapons of mass destruction during the past decade have dramatically increased offensive capabilities and the risk of future wars throughout the region." Excerpts from the document were subsequently leaked to the New York Times, which caused something of a scandal. Embarrassed, the first Bush administration retracted it. Its drafting had been supervised by Paul D. Wolfowitz, the Pentagon's Undersecretary for Policy, wrote Patrick Tyler, who goes on to explain the strong emphasis elsewhere in the document and in other Pentagon planning on using military force, if necessary, to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction in such countries as North Korea, Iraq, some of the successor republics to the Soviet Union, and in Europe. Though it was retracted, its supervisor, of course, became Deputy Secretary of Defense, and thus the Defense Policy Guidance document was rehashed as the National Security Strategy of 2002. Nations that depend on international stability must help prevent the spread of weapons of mass destruction. We are menaced less by fleets and armies than by catastrophic technologies in the hands of the embittered few. We must defeat these threats to our nation, allies, and friends. The U.S. national security strategy will be based on a distinctly American internationalism that reflects the union of our values and our national interests. Our comprehensive strategy to combat WMD includes proactive counter-proliferation efforts. We must deter and defend against the threat before it is unleashed. There's also the year 1996, when Richard Perle, Douglas Feith, and David Wurmser, all future Bush administration officials, wrote a report which they sent to the new Likud government in Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu's first term as prime minister. The report called for a so-called clean break and called removing Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq an important Israeli strategic objective in its own right. Jumping 2 years ahead, in 1998, 18 neoconservatives wrote a letter to President Clinton urging him to aim, above all, at the removal of Saddam Hussein's regime from power. That now needs to become the aim of American foreign policy. Again, many, most in this case, of the signatories became officials in the Bush administration, including Elliot Abrams, Richard Armitage, John Bolton, Paula Dobriansky, Richard Perle, Donald Rumsfeld, and Paul Wolfowitz. In January of 2001, as George W. Bush was to be sworn in as the 43rd president, the Jerusalem Post's Washington correspondent, Janine Zakaria, reported on the emerging group of officials who will steer U.S.-Israel relations during the next 4 years. She declared Iraqi President Saddam Hussein is quietly developing weapons of mass destruction. Regarding Paul Wolfowitz's appointment as number 2 at the Pentagon, pro-Israel communities are jumping for joy. Wolfowitz is considered a strong supporter of Israel. He has been one of the loudest proponents of a tough policy toward Iraq focused on finding a way to bring down Saddam Hussein's regime. Jumping for joy indeed. In fact, for his role in the Iraq invasion, the Jerusalem Post would name Wolfowitz Man of the Year. No question, this was Paul Wolfowitz's year. On September 15, 2001, at a meeting in Camp David, he advised President George W. Bush to skip Kabul and train American guns on Baghdad. In the process, Wolfowitz became the most influential U.S. Deputy Defense Secretary ever. Can you so much as name anyone else who held the post? The war in Iraq had many authors: Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, Tony Blair, George Bush. What's not in dispute is that Wolfowitz is the principal author of the doctrine of preemption, which framed the war in Iraq and which, when it comes to it, will underpin U.S. action against other rogue states. Following September 11th, many people grasped intuitively that it was useless to contain or deter foes for whom suicide was an acceptable option. The difference with Wolfowitz is that he's been talking about this since at least 1992. When President Bush says America will not permit the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most destructive weapons, that's Wolfowitz talking. The neoconservatives had infiltrated the White House. In April of 2002, a number of them would sign yet another letter urging invasion, signed most prominently by now Defense Policy Advisory Committee Chairman Richard Perle. Only the United States has the power and influence to provide meaningful assistance to our besieged ally. Mr. President, we urge you to accelerate plans for removing Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq. As you have said, every day that Saddam Hussein remains in power brings closer the day when terrorists will not just have airplanes with which to attack us, but chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons as well. It is now common knowledge that Saddam, along with Iran, is a funder and supporter of terrorism against Israel. Iraq has harbored terrorists such as Abu Nidal in the past, and it maintains links to the al-Qaeda network. If we do not move against Saddam Hussein and his regime, the damage our Israeli friends and we have suffered until now may someday appear but a prelude to much greater horrors. Now, I want to go back to Janine Zacharia's article for the Jerusalem Post, when she reported on the new appointees in the incoming Bush administration. There's one part that will surely stick out to some of you. It's about Bush's powerful vice president, Dick Cheney. Cheney is considered such a key player on foreign policy that people in Washington have started to refer to his staff as a shadow National Security Council. And while because of his business background, he is routinely referred to as an oil man by people in the pro-Israel community, a moniker which translates roughly as not sympathetic to Israel.
I think you could make a case that on September 10th, 2001, it's not clear that George W. Bush was in any fundamental way going in our direction on foreign policy.
That's Bill Kristol, co-founder of the Project for the New American Century, and son of Irving Kristol, mentioned earlier by Finkelstein as a founding father of neoconservatism. In fact, fellow neoconservative Jonah Goldberg described Kristol as the godfather of neoconservatism. Bill Kristol also signed the 1998 letter to President Clinton urging Saddam Hussein's removal, and years later the 2002 letter urging Saddam Hussein's removal. Sorry, just so we're clear, he is one of the most prominent neoconservatives.
I will work hard to find political solutions that allow an orderly and timely withdrawal from places like Kosovo and Bosnia. We will encourage our allies to take a broader role. We will not be hasty, but we will not be permanent peacekeepers, dividing warring parties.
And if you read Condi Rice's article in Foreign Affairs in 1999 or 2000, and she was clearly the main advisor to Governor Bush, she was skeptical about a lot of these claims that the U.S. really had to shape a new world order, or that we had to engage in nation building.
That article was Campaign 2000, Promoting the National Interest, published January 1st, 2000. From a section titled Coping with Rogue Regimes, Saddam Hussein's regime is isolated, his conventional military power has been severely weakened. The first line of defense should be a clear and classical statement of deterrence. If they do acquire WMD, their weapons will be unusable because any attempt to use them will bring national obliteration.
We are able to keep arms from him. His military forces have not been rebuilt.
The neoconservatives' role in persuading key Bush administration officials such as Cheney, Bush, and Condoleezza Rice to invade Iraq are all the more apparent by the fact that prior to September the 11th, there was no such commitment among them. Only 9 days after the 9/11 attacks, the New York Times reported a split over the scope of retaliation. Some senior administration officials, led by Paul D. Wolfowitz, Deputy Secretary of Defense, and I. Lewis Libby, Chief of Staff to Vice President Dick Cheney, are pressing for the earliest and broadest military campaign against not only the Osama bin Laden network in Afghanistan, but also against other suspected terrorist bases in Iraq and in Lebanon's Bekaa region. These officials are seeking to include Iraq on the target list with the aim of toppling President Saddam Hussein, a step long advocated by conservatives who support Mr. Bush. A number of conservatives circulated a new letter today calling on the president to make a determined effort to remove Saddam Hussein from power, even if he cannot be linked to the terrorists who struck New York and Washington last week. On Sunday, Vice President Dick Cheney seemed to ally himself with Secretary Powell's view when he said in a televised interview that the administration did not have evidence linking Saddam Hussein to last week's attacks. But Mr. Wolfowitz, the Pentagon's influential deputy secretary, is a conservative thinker who has frequently clashed with Secretary Powell in the State Department. He has continued to press for a military campaign against Iraq that would not only punish Mr. Hussein for his past support for terrorism at home and abroad, but would also eliminate the danger he poses to Israel and the West in his quest to acquire weapons of mass destruction. What went into flipping Vice President Cheney, now considered one of the chief architects of the war? Mersheimer and Walt looked to his chief of staff. A key part of the public relations campaign to win support for invading Iraq was the manipulation of intelligence information in order to make Saddam look like an imminent threat. Scooter Libby was an important player in this endeavor. One need only look at the Plame affair to see the quality of this intelligence, the sludge which sloshed around Washington in the lead-up to the war. Much has been said about the Camp David meeting just days after 9/11, the story of Paul Wolfowitz and his obsession with Iraq, which perhaps planted the first seeds in convincing the administration to topple Saddam Hussein. But aside from Wolfowitz, another powerful figure was a critical mastermind that has escaped the same level of notoriety. His name is Irv Lewis Libby, known by his nickname Scooter. Max Frankel of the New York Times called him a poobah courtier who knew virtually all government secrets worth knowing. Bob Woodward explains his influence in his investigative account of the planning for the Iraq invasion. He was one of the most important players in the Bush national security apparatus. Libby had 3 formal titles. He was Chief of Staff to Vice President Cheney, he was also National Security Advisor to the Vice President, and he was finally an assistant to President Bush. It was a trifecta of positions probably never held before by a single person. Just days after the American invasion of Iraq, Seymour Hersh had written for The New Yorker, "Last September 24th, the argument that Iraq had a nuclear program underway was buttressed by a new and striking fact. The CIA had recently received intelligence showing that between 1999 and 2001, Iraq had attempted to buy 500 tons of uranium oxide from Niger, one of the world's largest producers, known as Yellow Cake. 2 weeks later, the resolution passed overwhelmingly, giving the president a congressional mandate for a military assault on Iraq. A former high-level intelligence official told me that the information on Niger was judged serious enough to include in the president's daily brief, known as the PDB, one of the most sensitive intelligence documents in the American system. On March 7th, Mohammed al-Baradi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna, told the UN Security Council that the documents involving the Niger-Iraq uranium sales were fakes. The problems were glaring. One letter, dated October 10, 2000, was signed with the name of Elele Habibu, a Niger Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation who had been out of office since 1989. The attack was well underway by May 6, 2003, when Nicholas Kristof wrote of the so far missing WMD. There are indications that the U.S. government souped up intelligence, leaned on spooks to change their conclusions, and concealed contrary information to deceive people at home and around the world. I'm told by a person involved in the Niger caper that more than a year ago, the Vice President's office asked for an investigation of the uranium deal. So a former U.S. ambassador to Africa was dispatched to Niger. In February 2002, according to someone present at the meetings, that envoy reported to the CIA and State Department that the information was unequivocally wrong and that the document had been forged. This unnamed former U.S. ambassador was a Joseph C. Wilson. He had been AMBO in Gabon and Sao Tome, as well as head of African Affairs at Bill Clinton's National Security Council. As Max Frankel explains in the New York Times, Wilson's conclusions and other findings persuaded the CIA's director, George Tenet, to remove any mention of uranium sales from a presidential speech in October 2002. But the Niger scare resurfaced 3 months later, becoming a notorious 16 words.
The British government has learned that Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium from Africa.
The war that ensued can't be described with mere words. It was, much like the current genocide in Gaza, a punishment campaign which, for grueling decade after decade, killed perhaps 1 million people. Not just from aerial bombardment, but, again, like Gaza now, a collapse of the healthcare industry, which gave rise to waves of mass death. And Iraq was only supposed to be the first step in a larger plan, a reshaping of the entire Middle East. And with outlets currently trying to tie the Hamas incursion into Gaza on October 7th to Iran, we very well may be seeing some seeds being planted.
I think we should contemplate some kind of military reaction. I'm not suggesting World War III. I'm not suggesting sending 100,000 Marines, but there are plenty of Iranian targets.
I hope I'm wrong. As I've said before, the Israel lobby is a series, and attention should be given to the ambitions of the Israel lobby on a nation of 90 million people just to Iraq's east. With the rising popularity of the neoconservatives yet again,
live from New York, it's Saturday night!
Perhaps Iran is more deserving of attention than ever. That's for the next one.
The insiders who helped define the Bush Doctrine are determined to set a course that will remake America's role in the world. They believe the removal of Saddam Hussein is the first and necessary act of that new era. And that fateful decision to take the nation to war now rests with the President of the United States.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it.
I'm Sarah, and I'm an attorney here at Atticus. It's no secret that getting approved for disability benefits can be extremely difficult. But why?
Here's what he calls Jesus regularly, right? Christ, Lord, and that is kurios, and it simply means basically master, the boss, right? The exalted one. So you've always got to say, well, what kind of Lord? In many Jewish cultures back in that time, and many Jewish texts we see, by cultures I mean various stages of the stream, a woman can refer to her husband as Lord. Now, in English, it sounds a little domineering, but it would be kind of equivalent to sir. It's a term of respect. There's a passage in the Hebrew Bible where Sarah calls Abraham Lord. It's almost like saying my husband, but you're head of the family, that kind of idea. And then there's Son of God. I give passages here you can study later. Son of David, firstborn of many brothers. There's your firstborn again, but notice it's of many. Because Paul believes that all those who follow Jesus and are exalted and transformed into glorious sons of God are also children of God. And he uses that term, the many children of God, not just one. So that helps qualify it. Obviously, the many children of God are not Yod-He Vav-He, but they're children of that God. He does refer once to Jesus being the wisdom of God. I don't know if that's a title, but I put it in. And he also calls him the second Adam. Other than that, he just calls him a man, the man Jesus, the human being. Now, this is my statement, and I'm going to the conclusion, and then we're going to look at the quotations. So whether you agree with this or not, this is my conclusion. Dunn would agree with this if you're talking about the 7 letters. Remember, I'm talking about the 7 letters only. He never equates or confuses Jesus in any of these roles or designations with God. These right here. That is Yahweh, the one God of the Shema. Those of you who know Judaism a little bit, and some of you are Jewish, when you say Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, you're talking to the one God, the Creator, who says in the first person many times, I am Yahweh, there is none beside me, right? And none beside me, Ein Od, no other. So remember how Islam says no partners, no other, and none next to me.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It has a kind of a double meaning. I alone created the heavens and the earth. So if you want to pick up on that, the strongest place to read is start in Isaiah 45 and just read on a few verses. And one time it's even funny where God's talking to himself and he goes, I was alone, I did it. Didn't I? Was there anybody with me? I don't know anybody that was with me. He's actually having a conversation with himself. I can't remember anybody being with me. So you might enjoy reading that one. Now, this is controversial. I'm saying this. This is Tabor. But I also do not think Paul believed Jesus pre-existed. Now most of my colleagues would say, well, you're wrong on that, Tabor. Paul thought he pre-existed. But that is a topic for another day, and it turns on which letters with Paul's name one accepts as fully from his hand. So in our question and answer session in this class, we might get into that. Like, why do you think he didn't pre-exist? So we've been looking at Hebrew Bible texts quoted by Paul in various places, right? And so here are the major ones where he seems to touch on this thing about the one God and Jesus, and particularly something maybe calling him Son of God or whatever. So I would start with this one, 1 Corinthians 8, where Paul's talking to the Corinthians who have many temples in Corinth and many gods. And he says, for although there may be so-called gods in heaven or on earth, as indeed there are many gods and many lords, right, in Hellenistic culture, Roman Greek culture, yet for us, He means the Christians. There is one God. So he's reflecting the Shema. There is one God, the Father, from whom are all things and for whom we exist. So everything came from the one God and is for the one God. And then this phrase, and one Lord. Now that would be like master, ruler, Jesus the Messiah, Christ, through whom are all things and through whom we exist. And there he's speaking specifically of the group that has been glorified and received the Spirit. And through that one Lord, they've also become sons of God. They're not glorified yet, but this is salvation. This is creation. See the difference? It's very clear. One is creation, one is salvation. Because Paul believes through Jesus, God is reconciling the whole world to himself. To himself. Not to Jesus, but Jesus is the instrument through which God reconciles the world. That's Paul's view. Remember, I'm doing Paul's view here. Now, this one is really interesting. It's mistranslated in almost every translation. Paul, a servant of Jesus Christ, called to be an apostle, set apart for the gospel of God, which he promised beforehand through the prophets in the Holy Scriptures, the gospel concerning his son, notice, who was descended from David according to the flesh. Like, how did the man Jesus exist? From David, through the flesh. That's interesting. Because, you get into virgin birth and all that, and you wonder, because he's talking about descended from David. That's the male line, right? So what's going on there? Paul hadn't read Matthew and Luke, I guess, right? Well, he existed before that. But here's his view. He's descended from David according to the flesh, as a human being. According to the flesh, katas, it means as a human being. As a human being, he's from David. But he's designated. It literally means marked off or declared to be. Declared is a good word. Son of God in power according to the Spirit of holiness by resurrection from the dead, Jesus Christ our Lord. Very important verse. His is not in the Greek. Now, if you've studied Paul with me, which you have, we've made a big point about this. I call it Paul's greatest idea. I've got to wave my book here, Paul and Jesus, around a little bit because I have a chapter on that, right? What is Paul's biggest idea? It's that God is creating many sons of God through a process of resurrection from the dead, which doesn't mean just to make somebody come out of the grave. That isn't what it means. It means to transform you from a flesh and blood human being into a glorified eternal spirit being who will be forever with God. That's his idea. Paul believes the whole point of God creating the world was to finally bring forth these divine, and yes, I'm going to call them divine children of God. Okay? Not of flesh and blood, but of the Spirit. And they will be made like Christ in every way. That's his belief. So when it's not, if you say by his resurrection, it sounds like he's designated Son of God because he was resurrected. Well, Paul, no, it's by a thing called resurrection of the dead. You follow? This is really important to get. There's a thing called resurrection of the dead. But it doesn't just mean a corpse breathing again and walking around. It means a flesh and blood human that's gone back to the dust in most cases, or to ashes. A flesh and blood human that's become dust and ashes being revivified and transformed, metamorphosis, he uses the term, into a new divine being, and there are going to be many of them. So he's the firstborn of many. So this is talking about the process. Is that clear to everybody? People misread it. They go, look, he's the Son of God because he was raised from the dead. I've heard people say that. Since he was raised from the dead, you know he's the Son of God. It's not even about that. It's about what he explains in Romans 8. Go ahead to Romans 8. And that is the gospel. For Paul, that's the gospel, as he said. Okay, Galatians 4:4. When the time had fully come, God sent forth his Son, born of a woman, born under the law. Now, sent forth his Son could be seen as pre-existence, but God also sent forth John in a mission. You know, there was a man sent from God whose name was John. He sent all the prophets. So he sent him forth, and he's just saying that there are two things he wants to say. You got to read the context. He was a human being, according to the flesh, right here. Look, he's just saying this. And he also was born under the Torah. He was Jewish. And Paul, in this chapter, you always got to read the context, is saying, okay, he was born under the Torah, but we're no longer under the Torah because it was a parenthetical thing that ended when Christ came. Remember, the Torah was our custodian until Christ came. Now we are no longer he says, even he is a Jew. So all this discussion about did Paul still think he was under the Torah and so forth, again, I take a position, most of my colleagues don't share it. They're very big on talking, Paul's still Jewish, he stays with Judaism, he sticks with it, he just adds Jesus as the Messiah, but basically he's an observant Jew. I hate to say it like this, but I would say depending on who was around. You get it? Depending on who was around. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you're at somebody's house and they have certain customs and ways and thoughts, you might not spill out every single thing you're thinking that's different from them, right? Especially politics. And Paul says he did that. He said, to the Jew, I become as a Jew, and I become under the law. And then he says, not being under the law to God. He says that, but under the law of Christ. So you could ask, what is the law of Christ? We already did that in the course. So, okay, 1 Corinthians 15. This is important. This explains this. This explains this. Then comes the end, when he delivers the kingdom. This is he, Jesus. He delivers the kingdom to God the Father. So he's certainly not God the Father, the Creator, Yahweh. After destroying every rule and authority and power, for he must reign until he's put all enemies under his feet. That's the Psalm too. Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a stool for your feet. He's now applying this cosmically to Jesus. In the time of David, it just meant conquer all those people around that are trying to kill you. You know, look at what Israel's facing today, right? Make your enemies a stool for your feet. The king. That's what David did, Solomon, and so forth. This is talking about the ultimate enemy, which is Satan, the devil, and his angels, and all the forces of evil. And the last enemy to be destroyed will be death. For God, this to me makes it clear. God has put all things in subjection under his feet. The one who puts things under subjection is not the same as the one who receives the power to carry it out, right? They're different. One's an envoy, a representative, who's going to do the job. The other is the one who gave him the authority to do it. But when it says, now he's quoting the Psalms, all things are put in subjection to him, that's actually talking about human beings in Psalm 8. Did you know that? It's not talking about the Messiah. Look it up. Psalm 8 says that God has put all things under human beings. And you are a little less than Elohim, a little less than God, little gods. That's Paul's idea. You're little Elohim, but you're flesh and blood, and you're going to go back to the dust. So when he says all things are put in subjection to him, so look that up in Psalm 8. Starts out, the heavens are declaring the glory of God, but he made humans a little lower than the Elohim. It's translated angels, but I think it means the Elohim, the powers. And crowned him with glory and honor and put all things under his feet. Well, that's true. It's a quote from Genesis where God puts all things under Adam and Eve and says, the world is under your control, right? Makes all things subject. So now it's being applied cosmically, not to Adam and Eve, who are flesh and blood, but to Jesus, who's been exalted and become the glorified Son of God. Now, that's a process. So when all things are subjected to him, to Jesus, who's now the glorified first Son of God, then the Son himself will be subjected to him. So they can't be the same, right? There goes the Trinity. The Son himself will be subjected. Who put all things under him? God, that God may be everything to everyone. So what you'll have, according to Paul, is God the Father, Jesus the firstborn of the many glorified sons, and then a whole family of glorified beings, right? And then the angels, and basically, depending on what you believe about the physical world, because he says the creation has been subjected to futility and decay until the revealing of the sons of God will be it. That's Paul's view. And the cosmos will be in complete harmony. Okay? We discussed this when we went through it. This particular passage, Philippians 2, is usually the one that most people would see incarnation in, and it's easy to see incarnation in it, especially if you don't read it in Greek or if you go by standard translations. But the majority of scholars, and it doesn't mean they're right, but I think they are, the majority of scholars do not see this as incarnation. They see this as Paul's view of Adam Christology that I've already started explaining a little bit. Very few people understand this. Most of you do, because you really delve into it, I think. What is Adam Christology? Adam Christology is Jesus is the firstborn of many. He's the pioneer. He starts off a process of taking atoms, dust, flesh and blood, dust beings, and transforming them into the glorified sons of God. So as you read this, look at it's about an attitude. Have this mind in you, which is yours in Christ Jesus. You think like this. And if you read the verses right before, everybody skips the first 4 verses. He's talking about traits, right? I'm just going to open my Bible right now and read it to you because I want you to get it. He starts out in verse 1, if there's any encouragement, any incentive of love, any participation in the Spirit, complete my joy by being of the same mind. Do nothing from selfishness or conceit. He's talking about how to live. But in humility count others better than yourselves. Let each of you not look only to his own interest, but to the interest of others. Those are the verses right before this. Have this mind. What mind? The mind I just said. Become the servant. Look to others. It would actually solve all the world's problems if people did that, right? It's very similar to do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, right? Look, but notice it doesn't say to beat yourself up. Don't look only to your own interests, but to the interests of others as well. Have compassion and so forth. So what he's doing is telling about how Jesus did that and therefore was highly exalted as an Adam, as a man. But he calls him the last Adam. There's the first Adam who didn't do that and the last Adam who did. So we call it Adam Christology. So what happens in Adam Christology? We're all in the form of God. Humans are made in the image of God. Genesis 1:27. I put the verse down below. Let us make man, let us make humans in our image. And he made them male and female in the image and likeness of God. So he was in the form of God, so potentially, but he didn't count equality with God as something to be grasped. Remember what Eve and Adam did? Eve directly, but Adam indirectly. They're told, if you grasp this fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you will be equal with God and be like God. So instead of grasping the ego self, he emptied himself and took the form of a servant. That was his choice in life, right? He left it all. He talks about that. Anyone who leaves father, mother, brother, sister, lands, houses, and he said, sell what you have and give to the poor and so forth. And he was born in the likeness of men. That goes back to, he was a human being, but manifested in human form. He humbled himself and became obedient to death, even death on a cross. Therefore, God, that's the one God, has highly exalted him and bestowed on him the name which is above every name. That is, at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow, in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord, not God, to the glory of God the Father. So he becomes the agent through which the creation comes to achieve its meaning by confessing Jesus, who's now been exalted to the right hand of God, as a life-giving spirit to the glory of God the Father. Now, we're getting to Hebrew Bible quotes now. Notice this. This phrase, to me every knee shall bow and every tongue shall swear, is spoken by Yod He Vav He in Isaiah 45. I mentioned Isaiah 45 earlier. Isaiah 45 verse 23, right? By myself I, Yahweh, or Jehovah, have sworn, from my mouth has gone forth in righteousness a word that shall not return. To me every knee shall bow, every tongue shall swear. So there are those who would read that and say, well, if you bow at the name of Jesus, then that means he's Yahweh.
My son Ian was diagnosed with a brain tumor at the age of 16 months.
And Paul thought Jesus was Yahweh. He thought he was the eternal one God. Kind of a Trinitarian reading of that. I don't read it that way. I think Paul sees Jesus as the agent that is going to bring this about. Do you follow? By accepting and having in your own life, right here, what he had in his life, eventually he's going to put everything in subjection to himself. So yes, you have to bow to him, but then he delivers it to the Father. So it's to the glory of the Father. So I would call it agency or something of that nature. Sometimes I put it like this. Don't just ask who's the Messiah. Ask what is the Messiah's job description. You follow? Everybody wants the name. Oh, is he the Messiah? Is he the Messiah? Is the Lubavitcher Rebbe the Messiah? Is Sabbatai Tzvi the Messiah? Is Jesus of Nazareth the Messiah? Just ask one question. What is the Messiah supposed to do? And if the Messiah has done that, then that could be the Messiah, provided the person descends from David according to the flesh and so forth. Okay, now when Paul wrote this, he hadn't done it yet, had he? Remember, it says he must reign till he's put all enemies under his feet. And as long as there's death, he hasn't finished the job, because the last enemy to be destroyed is death. So I think there's death around still today, and there was death in Paul's day. So it's a process. Romans 10, if you confess with your lips that Jesus is Lord, interesting, is Lord, the one who's doing this, and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead. He didn't raise himself. He was dead. For man believes with his heart and so is justified, and confesses with his lips and so is saved. The scripture says, no one who believes in him will be put to shame. That's a quote. We're going to go to it. One of our quotes. For there's no distinction between Jew and Greek. There he's trying to say that everybody. The same Lord is Lord of all. This is the Lord, Jesus Christ. and bestows his riches upon all who call on him. For everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. What's the name of the Lord? At the name of Jesus the Lord. But if you go back and look that up, you might have a challenge. Take a look. It's actually two texts. One is Isaiah 28:16. Paul does this. It makes it complicated. Therefore says the Lord God. So this is God speaking, the one God. I am laying in Zion for a foundation, a stone, a tested stone, a precious cornerstone. Now that's not God, that's the stone. A sure foundation. He who believes will not be in haste. That's the Hebrew. But Paul says will not be ashamed, put to shame, because he's quoting the Greek Septuagint. So he's not using the Hebrew Bible. Interesting, we've seen that before. So I put the details in Greek and Hebrew and English for you. The Hebrew says will not be in haste, whatever that means. The Septuagint says will not be put to shame. Paul quotes the Greek. So let's go back and read it again. So first of all, the scripture says no one who believes in him will be put to shame. So who's the him? Is it the, go back down again? Is it the stone? I'm laying in Zion a stone, a tested stone. He who believes will not be in haste. Or he who believes that I'm going to do this? Either way, it doesn't matter, right? Because it's the stone. The stone is like something you build. Now, Paul thinks that's the Messiah. And why would he think that? I'll get to it in a minute. I mean, how would you read that and think, I'm laying in Zion a foundation stone? It sounds kind of like building the temple or something. But he thinks it's the Messiah. And he's got a whole nest of passages he's going to start spinning to prove that. But there's another quote. Remember, there's another quote. For everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. And that clearly means Jesus the Lord. But he doesn't say Scripture says. Scripture says. This could just be, I think it is a quote. But some would say it's not a quote. He's just saying he is the Lord, and if you call on him, you'll be saved because he's the one that will save you. But look at this. Joel 2:32, and it will come to pass that all who call on the name of Yahweh shall be saved. So a lot of people quote that and say, see, Jesus is Yahweh. Call on Jesus, call on Yahweh, there's no difference. But you got to read it carefully because remember, it's always call on Jesus to the glory of the Father. It's always derivative. Now this helps clarify it a little bit. As it is written, now this is totally different. Romans 9, for I'm laying in Zion a stone that will make men stumble and a rock that will make them fall, and he who believes in him will not be put to shame. Well, that's not what we just read in Isaiah 28. It doesn't say anything, a rock and a stone that will make men stumble. You see what he's doing? He's got two passages in mind. You see that? He's putting them together. You can study this later. He's putting two passages together. In his brain, he has all these texts memorized. And he's like he's talking fast, and he's writing, and he's probably dictating this. And he says, it's written, I'm laying in Zion a stone that will make men stumble, and a rock that will make them fall, and he who believes in him will not be put to shame. Well, who's the him? Jesus or Yahweh? Yahweh is laying the stone. Well, it could be the stone, right? So all of a sudden we got that quote, which is from Isaiah, applied to the stone in Zion that makes men stumble. And then there's another verse he doesn't quote, the stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. That's in the Psalms. I didn't put that here. I should add it. See what he's doing? He's taking three texts. He's amalgamating them with an idea. And here are the texts that he does quote. Isaiah 8:14, he, Yahweh, will be a sanctuary, a stone of offense, and a rock of stumbling to both houses, a trap and a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. So he takes part of this and puts it together, and he understands it to be Jesus. even though technically Yahweh, becomes a sanctuary. So you can see how people would read that and say, see, the stone is Yahweh. Well, wait a minute. Yahweh's laying the stone. But here, in another passage, Yahweh becomes a stone, a sanctuary to some and a stone of offense to others, through the stone that makes men stumble. And that would be this stone up here, a foundation stone. See, this is a tested stone, a precious cornerstone. I know that's very complicated, but you'll have the notes. Paul's got a lot on his head. And here's the last verse. He's talking about the Israelites, the Jewish people, and he says, to them belong the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and of their race is the Christ, according to the flesh. God, who is over all, be blessed forever. Amen. Remember, Greek does not have periods. Many read this. I don't think Paul did, but you could read it as, to them belong the patriarchs, and of their race is the Christ, according to the flesh, who is God over all, blessed forever. See that? Oh, so Christ is God over all. Okay, case closed. Because I'm going to not put a period there. But if you read in Romans, it's Paul's emotion coming out, because he wants this is his, remember that's Romans 9, 10, 11. He's so concerned that the Jewish people understand what's happening. And as he's talking, the fact that he puts in amen is the key. It's liturgical. It's like if I said something really, really amazing, like I just did about many sons of God, and then I go, and I hope you all understand that. May God over all be blessed forever. Amen. You see the idea? It's like a prayer. Because he feels so much for the Jewish people in this chapter. Because he thinks they're lost. They've been broken off. So is it a liturgical blessing of God who has this great plan? Or is it saying Jesus Christ is God?
I recently did an interview with the Jesus Way podcast. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that. I'll put the link in the description. It lasted almost 2 hours. The host, Aaron Abke, and his associate Cameron Waters, who co-produced the film Christspiracy that many of you might know about. Look it up, Christspiracy.com, if you've never heard about it. And we addressed the question, what would be the relationship of the Jesus movement, as we call it, John the Baptist, Jesus, James, the early Jewish followers of Jesus, to the Dead Sea Scroll community? After all, from the city of Jerusalem, it's only about 15 to 20 miles down to the Dead Sea, to the area of Qumran where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. So the geography is very close. But what about the two movements? How do they compare? So here's an excerpt, it's about half an hour, of my main presentation that then we discuss for an hour and a half or so. So be sure you go and watch the whole thing, but I thought this central presentation would set the stage. Enjoy.
Don't actually come from Revelation, or they've come from Hellenic philosophy. And he admitted as much when he said his position is natural theology. So in order to refute the starting point and the presuppositions of that system, all I really need to do is present the problems of natural theology and natural philosophy, which we reject. Orthodox theology does not accept natural theology. We do not accept classical foundationalist epistemology because they're circular and they're incoherent and they just rely on things like common sense and causal chains. Note that I pointed out his system via the atomism and via the occasionalism does not allow for, it precludes and rejects causal chains in the created order, because they believe that if anything were to be a cause in creation, it would be to give created things the power of Allah. And why do they believe that? Because created things have an absolute dissimilarity to Allah. There can be no analogia. Now notice, when I pointed out the problem of analogical predication, which is brought up in the Juwani Creed on page 23, and it just simply says, we don't have an answer, don't ask that question. It is not permissible to ask the question how it's possible to have predicates and names of God that rely on creatures that somehow pick out and tell us something about Allah. Now, he admitted in the discussion that he gave that some of the names do pick out things about Allah, right? We can talk about existence. We can talk about the entity. We can talk about first and last. Allah is called first and last. Those are time determinations applied to Allah. I know he doesn't believe in persons in Allah. I know he doesn't believe in causal the father causing a son or something like that. We know that that's not his position. My point is that the philosophical, metaphysical presuppositions that he has are not allowed in his own position, except when he does special pleading to say, oh, no, you see, in my system, I can have all kinds of layers and distinctions. I can use temporal time determinations like Allah being first and last, and it tells me something about Allah, but it's not Allah. Right, you see, so the point is that the dissimilarity, the disconnect between the uncreated and the created is so strong that if you were to consistently follow this out, he knows nothing about Allah. That's the point that I'm making. Because what's in his mind, the created concepts, the created Quran, I didn't say that the created Quran was the eternal Quran. I'm pointing out the metaphysical problem of saying that an eternal speech of Allah established in his will and essence can manifest in time and space in certain instances. And the way the commentary on the Sanusi Creed resolves this problem, as I said, I'll give you the quotes if you want, is to say that it's part of the eternal speech. Okay, there's no parts and wholes in God. And yet we have them saying right here, right? Where is it? Let me find this. So it literally says, pages 96 and 97, the speech of Allah, the revealed books indicate the pre-eternal speech, but only in parts thereof and not in entirety. My point is not that this is some problem for all of Islam in terms of their theology. My point is that he has a metaphysical assumption. I know that he wants to resolve that problem, as do the commentators in this book on page 96, by just simply saying, it's an analogia, it's an analogy, it's admitting analogia, and turning around and saying, but there is no analogy. There's no analogy between created things and the uncreated. By the way, let me use linkage between the attributes. Let me use names like sight, like hearing, all of which are created things, to tell you something about Allah. And then let me turn around and tell you that there's absolutely no similarity. So there's not any information actually being conveyed between these two disconnected, dissimilar worlds. And so when he turns around and says that there is an analogia, and says that they can't, he used the phrase, I think, indicates towards. How do created things indicate towards the uncreated when you turn around and say there's absolute dissimilarity between the uncreated and the created? So he does want and does have analogia in his position. That was the whole argument I was making. He consistently will refer to numerical distinctions. In fact, the book, the Sanusi Creed, even says you can use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as an example, an analogy of how to distinguish between attributes. Okay, those are creatures. Those are created things. So he's using analogy to created things. As the Juwani Creed turns around and says, when you're pressed on this issue, you say this is an improper question. Don't ask this question. Don't ask this question because this is the thing that undoes the whole system, because you don't have a metaphysic that allows for an essence-energy distinction. This is the whole point of the essence-energy distinction in Orthodox theology. And I want to return in the last point to my question about act potency. The descriptions that you gave of Allah, I didn't say that it was all Aristotelianism. I want to know how it's not Aristotelianism given what you say about perfection. I didn't say that God has to eternally create to be perfect. I said I want to know on your metaphysic if there's change in God, because if you admit potentia, a potentia to create, God didn't have to create this world, but he willed to create this world. And so this world moved from non-existence to existence. We agree there. But in God, there was a potentia to create a logically possible world that he did create, this one. And he willed not to create all the other logically possible worlds, as far as we know. So God doesn't have to will. He doesn't will everything, per se, in the sense of creating all possible worlds. He created this world, as far as we know. And so if there's potentia in God, then on your system, God moved from a state of potentia to actuality and underwent change because there was a change in him. That was the argument. Not do you believe does creation have a beginning? I know that you accept creation ex nihilo. I was stating that it's a horns of dilemma unless you are consistent with rejecting the notion of potentia in God. If there's potentia in God, your system ought to conclude that he's not perfect. Because the whole linkage argument in the commentary on the Sanusi Creed was premised on the interconnectedness and necessity of the various attributes and the perfections of Allah. Well, if Allah moves from potentia to actuality, then there's a change in him, and there on your own system, he wasn't perfect.
Okay. Very nice. Asra.
Okay, with the regard to
hang on a second. I just need to just get the timer ready. Sorry. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
With regard to the first point of which you mentioned, which was causality and Aristotelian metaphysics. Firstly, our sources for our epistemology are absolutely intertwined with early Arab sources in how Arabs approached their epistemology, and they did not totally rely on Hellenistic Greco-Roman epistemology. If you check the books of logic, even basic books of logic, you will see the additions that Arabs added to the books of logic, the Greek logic books, like Isagogi, a simple book, you'll find in there, they removed some of the Hellenistic methodologies and corrected Aristotle on so many things. So with regard to causality, causality is not the only proof for God in terms of rational proofs for God. It's one of the many proofs. But how you mentioned with regard to parts of divine speech as quoted in the Sanusi Creed, what the author actually is mentioning is that the early revelations, Torah and Al-Injil and other revelations, when he says in part they were revealed, and he says we do not delve into this, what he means by that the actual attribute of Kalam is an eternal attribute, and that God Almighty revealed, which by way of which I mentioned indicates to, and you said indicates to, is what the early Hellenistic philosophers said, that anything which is indicated towards is something material. But I do not mean it in a material sense, like if I point at the screen, that the screen has a material existence. When I said pointed to, it's referred to as signification. It signifies to, meaning a signification is a better term to utilize, that the early revelations of the Torah and Al-Injil and the Quran signify to the divine attribute. So the divine attribute is an eternal attribute that exists with God Almighty, and the revelations signify to that divine attribute. Then you mentioned with regard to the attributes and similarity to creation, that Muslims cannot move away from that in any way or sense, because they will always find some kind of resemblance between the attributes of God and a resemblance between the attributes of creation. Now this, like you mentioned, divine hearing and seeing and other divine attributes. This is where the major distinction comes in between qualitative attributes, that we affirm these attributes as qualitative attributes. Qualitative attributes means that if we affirm divine hearing or divine seeing for God Almighty, then that means that it precludes organs, any similarity to human beings. And for instance, the divine hearing, God Almighty uncovers with the divine hearing not only what we speak in terms of sound and sound waves, but also hears the internal speech of man, the mind of man, and what man thinks and what man thinks of in his heart. So when we affirm the words for God Almighty, whatever outward wording that may give some type of resemblance to creation, we refer to those attributes as qualitative attributes, sifatul ma'ani, which you find in the books that you quoted, like the Sanusi Creed. So therefore, the non-similarity between God Almighty and creation remains, because those attributes are in actual fact qualitative attributes. Lastly, you mentioned potentia. What I was saying with regard to that was that God has eternally willed for creation to exist. When creation comes into existence, this is referred to as tanjiz, which is effectuation. The effectuation is in time and place. So therefore God, and when effectuation comes about, it does not change God Almighty in any sense. No contingents are attached to God, but God has eternally willed. So eternally God willed that a man named Jediah will exist. When you were born, the effectuation of that divine will came into being. That is the meaning of divine will and divine power, that the divine power, the divine attribute of power, effectuates the existence of God Almighty. So this is an articulation of monotheism and Tawheed. And what we mean by Tawheed, what you would have to demonstrate to me is how Trinity and how you conceptualize Trinity, and we know Christology itself was a disputed issue that even the council, so many councils had to be conducted in order to determine the exact meaning of Christology. You would have to determine to me, explain to me and articulate how there is no clear contradiction between this Tawheed that I mentioned. And of course, you can bring up what you deem as illogicality or irrational points in Tawheed, in monotheism, and I will continue mentioning the counter arguments to those claims. So also what you mentioned was with regard to natural theology. What I mean by natural theology, I'm utilizing a Christian Western term here, but what I mean by that is if a man is born in the Amazon jungle and only utilizes his mind, will he conclude with the Trinity, or will he conclude with Tawheed, that there is a divine creator who has divine power, divine will, the basic attributes that we affirm for God from the mind, or will he conclude that Jesus of Nazareth is one of the persons of God Almighty? I mean, what rational arguments do you have in terms of Jesus of Nazareth, peace be upon him, that he was a divine being who came unto earth? We as Muslims, just in the belief in God and the basic attributes of God, we affirm this from our minds alone. So if a person in the Amazon jungle, or a person born without any access to revelations, any access to the Quran, he can conclude correctly and be able to defend that there is a divine creator. And I believe even Christians will believe this, that a man with his natural disposition will conclude that there is a divine creator with a divine will, divine power, these basic attributes. But what is the rational proof for what you term as being the Trinity? As you mentioned in the book of Hebrews, there is a man described who Abraham met when he was that he's described with those divine attributes. You mentioned al-awwal wal-akhir, for instance, the first and the last, being ascribed to God Almighty. Again, these are qualitative attributes. Al-awwal in the sense in relative to creation, that prior to the beginning of creation, meaning inception of creation, or the effectuation of creation into coming into a beginning, God Almighty existed, and God Almighty will always exist endlessly. This is the meaning of al-awwalu, the first, and al-akhiru, the last. So here the question is that when we approach the issue of Tawheed and Trinity, Tawheed, I would say and argue, is a rational position without any recourse to the Quran or the Hadith. Without any recourse to the Bible, I will conclude that there is a God who has divine power, divine will, who has divine attributes, but I will not conclude that Jesus of Nazareth, upon whom be peace, was divine. Even though that the Quran itself describes Jesus as Ruh Minhu, some Christians have misinterpreted this as saying the divine, that Jesus is a divine spirit from God, when Ruh Minhu really means that the inception of his creation started from God. Like the Quran describes the heavens and the earth, Jami'an minhu, all of the heavens and the earth are from God, minhu, from him. Likewise, Jesus is meaning, that means that the heavens and the earth were created by God. Jesus is described as Ruhum minhu, a spirit from God, or the spirit of God. Like the Kaaba is described as Baytullah, the house of Allah. And likewise, when we say kalima, that Jesus is a kalima of God, a word of God, this is not the logos or the what John refers to in the gospel. It refers to the divine command kun fayakun, that be and it is willed, meaning when God wills for something, it is instantiated and comes into being. So what you would have to demonstrate,
1 minute.
What you would have to demonstrate here is rationally speaking, because if you will quote the Bible or the Quran, both the Bible and the Quran can easily be misinterpreted, and the rational proof for that is the multiple sects we've had in Christianity. In the first 300 years alone, they differed over the exact, even agreeing to the Gospels, meaning from so many Gospels, 4 Gospels were selected by the Council of Nicaea, and they differed on the rationality of the correct interpretation of Christology. The same with the Quran, that the Quran can be misinterpreted. So the natural disposition, a man leaves
30 seconds.
A man leaves atheism. When he abandons atheism, which one would make more sense to him? Tawheed, as I have articulated, or is it Trinity, as you have mentioned? And of course, making a mention of Aristotle and Aristotelian metaphysics, at this point, I would say, is a non sequitur, and it diverts the entire argument away from the rationality.
Time. Thank you so much. Really, really great. Really, really great. I would like some more crosses and moons in the chat, please, guys. You're doing awesome, and I'm really enjoying this debate. Now we're moving on to rebuttals. So like I said, it's going to be 3 sets of 7. Just as a reminder, the interrogator can interrupt and ask questions, but the one being interrogated cannot ask questions or interrupt. And like I said before, if there's an appeal or if there's I will give grace time for someone to get their point out. So whenever you're ready, Jay, I will give you your first 7 minute cross-examination.
Okay,
as soon as you start.
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I didn't hear, again, an answer to the specific question that I asked about signification of the divine names and the divine attributes. I asked you, in what way is it possible for the uncreated to pick out and signify something unique and distinct about the uncreated? And you just used a different term. You said, well, indicates would better be served to signify. Signification is a sign, a symbol, an image. That's rejected in your position. So you've not actually answered the question. You've just moved to another word.
Your question is with regard to signification. You are intending to say that by saying signification, this means that there's an image of the divine, which according to us is an impossibility.
Right.
But when we say an image of the divine is an impossibility, it refers to a mental picture of of any physicality relating to God, not the spoken word, which
are spoken words creatures?
The spoken word that we speak, language, is limited in its very nature.
Yeah, so it's a creature, right?
So language that we speak is limited.
Now, is it a creature, though?
Yes, language is a
so
creature.
the language signifies the divine attributes and the uncreated. A creature signifies the uncreated.
Yes, so the spoken word signifies to a divine creator. Yes, the spoken word.
But it's still a creature. It doesn't matter if it's spoken or whether it's written. The created status is the same.
Who actually said that the spoken word is divine? This spoken word that we speak. If I speak,
I'm asking you your position. The uncreated speech.
Well, in our position, we are saying that when the revelation of the Quran, there are 2 things that you must make a distinction of. One is al-kalamun nafsi, the divine attribute. And then there is al-kalamul lafzi. Al-kalamul lafzi, the spoken word that we speak. The 2...
I know you distinguish them. I'm asking you how you get out of the dilemma.
A basic logical example for you. If I say God, when I say God, what am I signifying? If I say Jesus, who am I signifying to?
Well, we believe that you can do analogia. You can do analogical predication. Your position says you can't. So that's why I'm asking you this.
No, but my position, as you may have misunderstood, is not the way you are articulating my position. We are saying that the Quran, for instance, or the divine names of God, when we speak the divine names with the spoken word, created word, they signify towards the divine. But the spoken word that you speak is not divine in itself.
I know that. That's why I'm asking you, how do you get out of the dilemma? You just keep restating your position.
There's no actual dilemma there.
There is a dilemma because you're using created things to pick out and signify distinctions in the uncreated, which you said there's no similarity.
Created things not being ascribed to God, meaning
you just admitted that words are created. You just said speech was created.
Well, our speech is created.
Yeah, and it's signifying the uncreated.
Yeah, it can signify towards the...
Okay, so how does it pick out and signify something that's totally dissimilar to it?
But when you signify something, does it mean comprehension?
I didn't say comprehension, I just said signify. You said signify and indicate, so there's some similarity. If there's no similarity, then you don't know what you're talking about.
We say signification is possible, signification is possible.
Well, I don't have your doctrine of dissimilarity. So it's not a problem in my system.
Comprehension is impossible. Like the vision of the divine is possible. But
the comprehension doesn't matter because you've already weighted the distinction between Allah and this world such that it's not possible for him to be imaged or signified in any way in created reality.
No,
so
that's
not telling you anything about Allah.
That's totally incorrect. What we state is that signification towards the divine is possible. Comprehension of the divine is impossible.
Okay, how is it possible given there's no similarity?
There does not need to be similarity between two things.
Okay, then you're not really learning distinct things about Allah, and you don't know if there's distinctions in Allah.
For instance, if you understand Newtonian physics, there's no similarity.
That's a red herring. What is how do you distinguish the attributes in Allah if there's no similarity?
When within, firstly, effectuation of God's divine attribute.
The effects are creatures; they're not God. So that's circular. You're relying on another creature to distinguish.
When you observe God's divine power in your life, when you observe God's divine power
on your system, they're creatures. The effects are created.
Divine power. When
you believe the effects are created.
When you feel the effects, those effects signify to the divine, don't they?
You're just begging the question. I want to know how that's possible in your metaphysics. I know you believe that. You just keep stating the position.
I've given
no, you haven't. You just stated the position.
Look at the answer. The answer
You've given autobiographical details, not an actual answer to the dilemma.
The answer is that you can feel signification of some...
That's a totally subjective argument. That's circular.
That's not subjective.
It is circular. It's true because I feel it.
For instance, when you see the divine power and the divine will in your daily life,
I'm asking you how you know it's the divine power and the divine will, and you're just saying because it's true, because I feel it.
So
that's a circular argument.
So, with regard to the word God, when you say the word God, does the word God signify to the divine?
Yes.
It does. The word Jesus, according to you, signifies...
This is my time to ask the question. You can ask that question in your cross-examination.
So, it's a rhetorical question. But the point being that when...
Yeah, but we believe in the essence-energy distinction, which is part of how we answer this problem. That's why it's not a problem in our system. You don't believe in an essence-energy distinction.
The problem that Christians fall into is that they fall into total likeness between creation and the divine.
No, we don't say a total likeness. The word analogical means similar, not total likeness. It's not univocal. We reject univocal predication, so that's not our position.
When they ascribe to...
Now, I'm telling you our position. So you're telling me what I'm telling our position is to reject univocal predication.
When they accept that God is contained within the womb of Mary and contained by the 6 directions and time and place, they make a total analogy, total similarity between creation and the divine.
No, it's a both and not an either or. I mean, you have the same problem when you say Allah speaks into... You believe Allah spoke to people. So you have the exact same problem.
Again, the...
I mean, your argument for this was that it just seems right, it feels right. So you've already just relied on a circular, subjective argument.
I've given you the distinction between...
I asked for the justification for the distinction, not do you believe in a distinction. We know you believe.
No, but that's like citing a passage of the Bible when you give its rational interpretation.
No, I asked for an argument to justify how you can say that created things signify the uncreated, and you said because it feels right, because God moves in our lives.
No, I used that, but I also said to you the word God for...
That's time.
Yeah, but in our system we have the essence.
That's time, guys. That's time. Stop. There's a lot of interruption and questioning back. It's enjoyable. As long as no one feels they're being hard done by, then I'm happy to just allow it to be kind of free flow back and forth. I'm not super strict like that. So, but if you need some breathing room, I can give you, 15, 30 seconds.
Can you point out the rules again? Because people think that they don't know that we listed the rules.
Yeah, the rule is that you can interrupt. The interrogator can interrupt the interrogated. The interrogated can't interrupt the interrogator.
the interrogator is the only one who's allowed to ask questions, but the interrogated can't ask questions back, right? So, I mean, in this debate, if you want to press the rules, I'm happy to enforce the rules.
No, I meant for the chat, not
like,
for him.
Yeah, just for the chat. I mean, if you guys are happy just doing a free, if it becomes more free, I'm flexible that way. That's not a problem for me. So it's Asrar's first rebuttal of 3. So whenever you're ready, Asrar, I'll let you go.
Okay, my question is, when you say Jesus is begotten Son of God, does that mean that God instantiated him and he came into being?
He did not come into being the way creatures come into being, but he received his existence eternally from the Father.
So how did God create him if
he's not created?
He's not created. So what
Correct.
do you mean by the word begotten?
Eternally begotten means that he's eternally coming from or coming forth from the person of the Father.
So he emanates from God.
It's not an emanation, it's a natural offspring, a begetting. Begetting is an analogy. It's not univocal.
Give a rational example of that.
A father begets a son, they have the same nature.
Yeah, but a son is born in time and instantiated.
Correct. The same way that you use Allah as first and last. It's an analogy. It's an analogy.
How is so? It's an analogy of father and son, but it means Jesus has no beginning.
What's analogical is what matches up to what's proper to God. Now, God is timeless, so it's a timeless begetting according to Psalm 110 and John 1.
But is he a part of the essence of God, or is he a divine attribute?
He is neither. He's a divine person, and there's a distinction between the attributes and the persons. And there's no parts.
So this divine person, is he a part of the divine essence?
There's no parts in the divine essence. It's simple.
So the divine essence is one.
Correct.
But the persons are 3.
Correct.
But those persons are not attributes.
Correct.
So what's the distinction between a person and an attribute?
Well, for us, attributes are the same as energies or actions.
So divine actions are attributes, according to you?
Yes.
So what's the distinction between a person and an attribute in this particular theology?
I'm not the same thing as the things that I do. If I act to build a house, I'm not the same thing as building a house.
So are all 3 persons distinct or one?
They are distinct in one way and they're one in another way.
How are they distinct and how are they one?
They are distinct in their persons by their relations of origin to the person of the Father, and they're one in their nature, essence, and perichoresis or indwelling.
So which one do you worship? All 3?
We worship the person of the Father through the Son and in the Spirit, all 3.
So when you worship the Father, you intend the worship for the other 2 at the same time?
Correct.
So, but at the same time, you believe the Father instantiated the Son?
He didn't instantiate him, he eternally begot him, meaning that he eternally came forth from the Father.
But what do you mean by came forth? What does that mean? Because as you said to me, that the signification argument doesn't make any sense. What do you mean by bringing forth?
But it does make sense because we don't deny analogical predication.
Give an analogy from our theology, how that would even make sense. If I said God brought forth his divine attribute, firstly, we do not believe in that, but how would that make any sense?
Again, first of all, it's revealed. So the way that we know who God is and what he is on the basis of revelation. So revelation conditions what we believe is logically possible, or what is the created categories of logic are going to be.
Reference point is not the mind, it's
correct.
Revelation.
Right.
So which revelation? You mean the New Testament?
No, I mean the whole Bible, the theophanies and everything I argued in my opening statement.
So the fact that the Bible itself is translated into multiple languages, and as we know very well that when one text is translated into a different language, the nuances of that text change invariably. So which language did Jesus speak in order to convey this?
Well, that's just about resting on an assumption that different languages can't convey the same truths or concepts. It can.
No, but when you change one sentence in Arabic or Hebrew or Aramaic or any of those languages.
Well, that's just assuming that God didn't providentially guide the scriptures.
No, if you say, for instance, Ibnullah in Arabic, the Son of God in Arabic, it has a totally different concept to saying begotten, the begotten Son of God. Meaning, which language did Jesus relay this message of? Because you're saying you rely on divine revelation. My argument in this debate is that Tawheed is totally irrational. It's not based on revelation. You don't need revelation to believe in God.
Yeah, and that's why it leads to atheism, right? Because it doesn't rely on anything but the autonomous mind.
But you're relying on revelation.
Right.
So I'm saying, which revelation was this articulated in? You mean, for instance, the King James Version of the Bible, is that divine revelation?
So revelation for us is not located only in texts. It's the entire teaching of the Orthodox Church. For us, that is revelation, not merely the written text.
So organized religion, in the sense that you would expect us Muslims to adopt the organized religion known as Greek Orthodoxy in order to attain salvation.
Well, the Greek Orthodox Church is just one of the many national churches. There's Orthodoxy is the same across all of the Orthodox canonical churches.
We have to fall into blind conformity to this church.
Well, it's not blind conformity. It's a apologetically provable faith.
It's circular reasoning, because I'm asking you, what's the rational?
Yeah, but I'm not a classical foundationalist, so I admit that there's circularity in reasoning.
But I'm saying, then that would go back to, look at the logic of this. I'm saying to you, what is the proof of Jesus' divinity? You're saying divine revelation,
correct,
which is the church, and even from amongst the churches, not the Catholic Church or the other churches, you mean the Greek Orthodox Church.
Correct.
And then I'm saying, would you expect me to blindly follow this church? Just because they claim Jesus is divine, I should follow that position?
No, the argument is not follow it because they merely claim it. The argument is that the arguments prove it.
And what's the argument?
Well, I gave you countless messianic prophecies and theophanies that show that ours is the true
I've said to you, in what language were those prophecies even made?
Well, you're going to have to demonstrate that the concepts can't be translated into multiple languages. How do you prove that?
For instance, this argument rests on. If Jesus came here today and Jesus informed me of something, I would follow Jesus, but Jesus would obviously articulate that and convey that in a particular language. So what language did Jesus convey this?
Again, we believe that Jesus spoke through the entire Bible, so he speaks in all of those texts.
And what languages were those texts?
It's in multiple translations. I mean, we have liturgies in every language. I mean, you seem to think that it's not possible for God to speak in the vernacular, which is, I think, kind of silly.
No, I'm not saying that it's impossible for God to do that. I'm saying that...
That's time. Thank you very much. Very nice. More crosses and moons in the chat, guys. I love it. This is enjoyable. I'm glad that it's keeping civil. It's okay to get heated. I'm very much enjoying this. So whenever you're ready, Jay, to start your next rebuttal, I'm ready.
Did God have to create the world?
No, he did not.
Okay, so was there potentia in God to create or not create?
What do you mean by the term potentia?
Was there a potential
for God
to create or not? Did he freely will to create, as opposed to could he also have not created?
God willed from eternity to create.
Okay, but willing and actualizing are not the same thing.
He's not obliged.
Right, you admit that willing and actualizing is not the same thing, though, right?
Whatever God has willed from eternity will come about.
Okay, so did he choose to create the world?
He willed for the world to be created.
Mm-hmm. And is that distinct from actualizing the world's existence?
The actualization is where the point of inception, or what we refer to as the tanjiz, is also willed. So when the world will come about is willed by God also.
Okay, so there was a time when the world was not, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so God willed to create in time. That's what your Greek books say.
The will is, the divine will is eternal.
I know the divine will is eternal. He willed when he created. He actualized it in time, though, right?
No, but time itself. What's the definition of time? Time is by definition the movement of bodies, because it's something relative, and the movement of bodies is relation to creation. So you cannot have time without creation. They're two different things.
I understand that. I understand that time's created. What I'm asking about is that from all eternity, right, Allah wills to create, and then at a point it is actualized, right? It's not eternally. Is creation eternally actualized?
Again, when
or
you
effectuated?
Say at a point when it comes, when you say
okay, that's the point in time that I'm asking you about.
Right, you can't have a point without creation. So creation itself.
That's what I just asked you. Yes. So he creates at a point.
No, again, the when you say at a point you're attempting to place God in time and place, God's free on time and place before the instantiation.
Does God have different actions? I'm asking you.
Different actions, yes.
Okay, so creating is different from the other things he does.
What you intend by action is different from what I mean, as you would have well known from reading Sherlock Hyde and these.
So I'm asking you: does creation come about because God wills it at a certain point?
God has willed everything from eternity, and then that thing comes about when He had willed it.
Did He create ex nihilo?
Well, the divine connection between the instantiation and the creation.
Was the creation eternal, or did it instantiate at some point?
The creation is never eternal.
Thank you. So God willed to at some point have a power that He didn't always actualize, that He then actualized.
When God has willed from eternity, you're saying what
I'm
you
talking
mean.
about, I know you're saying He willed from eternal. I'm talking about the creation itself.
Let me rephrase your question so I understand it well. Do you intend to say that the divine power of God effectuated the existence of creation, prior to which the divine power was not doing anything? Is that what you intended?
No, I didn't say that. I'm asking you specifically. You know what I'm asking you? I'm asking you about, did God will to create at a certain point? Does it actualize at a certain point? I know it's eternal. You say He's eternally willed to do it.
It actualizes at the point when it's instantiated.
Thank you. So there was a movement from potentia to act, and thus change in God.
No, that doesn't entail a change in God.
It does entail a change. On your system it does, because your system defines God as pure act.
According to our system, it doesn't. I'll tell you why. Because if you read my book, you'd notice that I mentioned effectuating attributes. Attributes which bring about an effect. Divine power is one of those attributes.
Right.
When it brings about an effect, it doesn't bring a change in God.
So God has potentia, though. You're admitting that if He willed to do it, and there was a change in it not being and then coming into being.
That doesn't bring about a change in God.
It does, because on your system, it admits potentia in God. God went from.
I tell you why it doesn't. The attribute remains the way it is. The effect comes about.
Yeah, but you say the act is also God. I'm asking about the act itself. I'm not asking about the eternal willing, the action of doing it.
Again, if you had read the Creed books, they don't say that divine actions are eternal. Did you read that?
Right, that's what I'm asking you. So God does something that He didn't do before.
But what do we mean by divine actions? It means the effectuation.
He moved from a state of potentia to action. There was a change. There was a potential for God to create or not to create, and then He created, so there was a potentia that He actualized.
If you actually read the books don't say that. What they say.
I'm asking you how you answer that. I know you don't believe it.
I'm telling you, if you go refer back to the books, they don't say what you're saying. They say that the actions, divine actions, are not even considered to be within God. They're not considered to be within God. That's not the belief of the Muslims.
Right, you believe they're distinct. I understand that. But that's not answering the question that I'm asking you. I know you think they're distinct.
But if nothing contingent is coming about within God or His divine attributes, the question is...
How does God act, and there's no potentia in God, to do something that He didn't have to do?
It's the description of the effect of the divine power.
I'm not asking about the effect. You admit that He's doing one thing here and something different over there.
I'll explain again. When we say af'alullah, the divine actions, it's a description of the effect.
Okay, and I'm asking you about the act itself, because you said that the acts are distinct.
Again, why are you not understanding?
Because you won't answer this question about the act itself.
I am answering the question.
No, you're not. You're just talking about the effects. So you're skirting the question.
1 minute, 1 minute.
I tell you why I am answering your question.
What is the act itself?
The act is a description of the effect of the divine power.
No, so the act is the effect. So you just didn't answer the question.
That's what we mean by the acts of God.
Okay, that's why it doesn't work. Don't you understand what I'm asking? That's why I'm pointing out. You're just looking at the effects. That's why your system, beginning with man's mind, doesn't work, because you don't have, because all you go to is causal chain. You never get to the thing itself.
30 seconds.
You have to give a correct citation of our actual position.
I'm asking you the position.
I'm telling you the position that when we say divine action,
you just said it's the effects.
Yes, it's a description of the effect.
So the act is the effect. I'm asking you what the act is, and you're saying it's the effect.
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't make sense because the act is God, the effect is a creature.
Why it doesn't make sense to you is because
because you're not getting the you don't even get the objection. You're not even getting the objection.
Time. Whoo! Wow. Very, very nice. Very nice. More moons and crosses in the chat. Hype train. Okay, again, if you need 15 or 30 seconds to get your thought out, then feel free to ask. So yeah, this is the third. This is Asra's second cross-examination, I believe. So whenever you're ready, Asra.
Yes. So when you say Jesus, who is divine and a part of the divine essence, entered the womb of Mary, you believe God entered the womb of Mary and came out the private organ of Mary, and doesn't this defile God? Doesn't this?
I specifically said there's no parts in God. So you keep attributing parts because you think the distinctions entail.
No, but the fact that you believe Jesus is human and divine.
He's a divine person who assumed human nature. Yeah.
Yeah, so he had human nature.
Right.
So you believe he was contained in the womb of Mary. When he came out, was he covered in blood?
No, the birth from Mary was a virgin birth.
Yeah, but when women give birth, the child is covered in blood. Was Jesus covered in blood at the time of birth?
No, because the covering in blood is part of the effects of the fall, and Jesus was not fallen.
Jesus coming out from the private organs of a woman, isn't this a defilement of God Almighty himself?
No, the biological existence was created by God. There's nothing inherently defiling about the body, and no, he was not born according to the fall.
Then why would God outlaw the woman when she's in a menses, in a periods, in the Old Testament? All these laws apply
I just denied that his birth was according to natural process.
But
it's a virgin birth. It's a miracle.
You said that the defilement of
I said that there's nothing inherently defiling about biology, and I added that he did not have a natural birth.
But if there's nothing defiling about natural birth, in this case, or you say generally,
there's a different reason for the virgin birth.
No, but
I said there's not a biological defilement. I didn't say there's not a moral defilement.
A woman.
So you're confusing biology with spirituality. It's two different things.
No, but a woman urinates from a private organ. For God to come out of that private organ.
No, that's just based on your presupposition that that's defiling.
It's not presupposition because Mary did relieve herself.
Sure.
Didn't she?
Sure.
Yeah. So for God to come out of that, is that not?
There's no more defiling than God creating those organs.
And so God.
This is silly.
When God creating those organs, it doesn't mean God touches those organs or anything of that nature.
It doesn't matter because He still created it. It's not tactile touching.
God coming out.
Because you think physical things are defiling.
If that weren't the case, then why would the laws of menstruation? This is why I mentioned the laws of menstruation.
Because they were typological. They were types of what was to come.
No, but at that point,
I'm telling you what our position is.
Or if a person relieves themselves, why do they clean themselves? Because it's considered impure.
That's not a spiritual defilement. That's a cleanliness. That's clean. We don't believe that physical ritual impurity is the same thing.
When Moses would enter the temple, he would wash himself, bathe himself, clean himself.
Yeah, moral purity is different from ceremonial purity. That's what I'm trying to say.
But I'm saying that there's a defilement of.
On your presupposition, it's a defilement. No, it's not.
Well, when Jesus was laid on the cross, was he naked?
No.
All historians will tell you when people were crucified.
All historians. So you keep appealing to all these fallacies. Again, all historians. You can't show all historians. That's a fallacy, by the way. It wouldn't matter how many historians say that.
If you go to valid historians, they will tell you Romans when they would impale.
That's another fallacy. That's the purity fallacy that only the valid historians. So you just keep using fallacies.
Regions. Would Jesus eat food and drink?
Who are the true historians? That's a fallacy.
No, but Jesus, when he would eat and drink, would he relieve himself?
Yes, he had biological processes.
So, again, is that not an insult to God and the society to God, that to ascribe these things to God?
No, because God created that biological process itself. So if it's wrong to participate in it, then he shouldn't create it.
Ascribe impurities to God.
That's just your presupposition of what's impure.
then how can, again, anyone who has these contingent attributes would by definition be perishing?
Yeah, but you're thinking in either ors, right? So the divine hypostasis of Christ underwent no change. So he doesn't become contingent as if he underwent change. We believe he underwent no change.
He does become contingent because the very meaning of
no, he doesn't. No, only in your dialectical system. And I'm telling you that we reject your dialectics of opposition.
What do you exactly mean by contingent?
It's a both and not an either or. So he didn't become contingent by stepping into time and space.
What do you mean by contingent? What's your definition of contingent?
Well, he entered into time and space in the same way that he entered into time and space in all the theophanies.
Generally, what's your definition of contingent?
Contingency would be subject to change, would be related to creation, would be related to composition. So all of those things are features of his human nature. The divine hypostasis of Christ didn't undergo change.
I would define contingency as existence after non-existence.
Yeah, his human nature came into existence. I already said that.
So his human nature, which is also divine.
No, it's not.
So he's a combination.
He's created. His divine nature is divine. His human nature is not divine.
So God created a human body.
Correct.
Within the womb of Mary.
Correct.
But that human body, which is Jesus, is the logos which transferred.
It's not a transformation. It's a joining. It's a both and, not an either or.
How did the divine essence join with the body?
It's a divine person that possesses a divine essence that are joined to human nature.
How did he possess?
How did he do it?
Yeah,
he's God. He can do that. The same way that he can speak in time and space, like you believe.
No, we don't believe he can speak in time and space.
Did Allah speak to people?
We don't say that. We don't say, again, that's you.
1 minute.
That's a straw man argument.
Does the Quran say Allah spoke to anyone?
You're making a presupposition and then...
Yeah, well, when I asked you what it meant, you couldn't answer.
Again, my question is, how did the divine transfer himself from the throne, from a place, to the womb of Mary? Meaning, is that what you mean?
He's not contained in any time. He's not contained in a place, but he can step in. It's because it's a both and. He can do both. It's not an either or.
Did he submerge with the
30 seconds
body and with Mary at that time?
No, it's not submerged. He underwent no change. I don't know how many times I have to say that.
He underwent no change, but that doesn't make any logical sense because you're saying he was formed in the womb of Mary. But that's the human.
You're just assuming that he underwent a change by doing that.
How did the divine enter the human flesh?
The same way that the divine enters into any point in time and space. So that's again the difference between us.
Generally speaking, you believe the divine can enter time and place.
We believe God is omnipresent.
That's
yes,
time.
He is everywhere present.
That's time. Wow. More crosses and moons in the chat. Just gonna let a little breather. Alright, so this is Jay's third cross-examination of 3, and then it will be Asrar's third cross-examination of 3. Again, same rules apply. If you need 15, 30 seconds.
I'm ready. So in your previous discussion, you appealed to a natural disposition of people in a pagan state. Well, we actually have people like Aristotle who did not conclude with the position that you conclude with. In fact, he did reason and came to the conclusion of eternal creation. And so to appeal to a natural disposition is to commit the naturalist fallacy, as I pointed out. So you can't just say, well, there's a natural disposition that's out there that if people would just reason correctly, they would come to the conclusions that I come to. Because you said that's what they should properly come to. Well, we have countless instances of pagans who don't come to those conclusions, that don't come to classical theism. And you said, well, but Christians debate. Okay, but every position, right, comes to different positions. There's a lot of debates.
What's the question?
So the question is, why are you appealing to these fallacies as if they're arguments against Christianity?
Okay, why I mentioned natural disposition was because, firstly, I'm not solely referring to natural disposition. I'm referring to the rational mind, that from the rational mind, a person can reach this conclusion that God exists. Now, why I mentioned that?
So you're starting from creatures.
Why it's not a fallacy is because I'm saying that even you will agree with me that a person can conclude that a divine being exists who is all-powerful, all-knowing, up to that point.
No, we don't believe that. I don't believe in natural theology. That's what I'm telling you, that your system is inconsistent because you start epistemically with natural theology, and then you try to move to these things that go outside of nature and causation, and you have an atomist position and an occasionalist position that doesn't even allow for causal change.
Can a person naturally conclude that there is a God.
Yes, the true God, yes.
Yes.
But they know it not by rational deduction. They know it in their heart.
Okay, not by rational deduction, according to you.
Mm-hmm.
But if you limit.
You said you start with the created mind of man.
If you limit natural deduction to causal arguments, but you can also.
Okay, are you an occasionalist? Do you believe in causal chains or not?
If, for instance, I'm just making a point that if someone deduces that there is a divine creator from the creation of everything around him, that's not the argument of that's not Aristotelian logic necessarily. It's a person can observe the sun and the moon and everything around them and conclude that there is a divine God.
Okay, but do you understand that Aristotle's reasoning led him to conclude?
And they believe in certain additional attributes of God Almighty.
I want to know how you get to that from natural revelation.
Christians and Muslims agree.
No, they don't.
But
I'm telling you right now, we don't agree. I'm critiquing your position, and you're not answering.
Okay, so the question for you, from me to you at that point was, why? What rational basis do you have for Trinity? And you went on to Revelation. But I gave an example of how people can rationally get to my position. That's the point of mentioning that.
No, I asked you specifically how you get from created things and causal chains when we don't know actually if your position even actually affirms causal chains to some creator.
Again, the observation of creation alone alludes to the existence of a divine creator.
That's what I'm asking you to justify. You're just saying it is the case. I'm asking for the justification of that claim.
Of the claim of creation alluding to a creator. Yes? In my
That's
book,
presupposing that it is a creation. I want to know why it's a creation by a single creator.
Because creation itself is not
that's presupposing that it's a creation. I'm asking you how you know it's a creation. Don't say that it's a creation again. You just keep
employing the word creation in a general sense.
There is no such thing as creation in a general sense. So you're just using circular arguments. Every one of your replies is circular.
What would you refer to as creation?
I want to know the justification of your position. It's not my position. I want to know your justification. Do you know what it means to give a justification?
The world around us is not self-sustainable.
Okay, that's the assumption of your position. I want to know how you know that.
How we know that? Because when we observe everything around us.
Okay, so you know that it's true by observation, by observing. That's a circular argument.
It's not.
It is. You just stated a circle.
Because when we observe everything around us, everything is perishing in nature.
How do you know everything is perishing unless you have access to all things?
How we know is because we know the entire universe is physical in nature.
You as an individual know the entire physical universe when you begin with sense data. You said you begin with sense data. How do you have a universal knowledge state?
I'll tell you how I know. Everything in the universe is either moving or still.
I just asked you how you know a universal state of affairs, and you restated a universal state of affairs.
Because everything in the known universe is either.
This is your circle. This is a circle.
No, it's not circular. I'll tell you how.
I want to know how you don't have access to everything. Do you have access to everything?
I know with my mind, rational judgment is.
Your mind has access to everything?
No. Did you?
Okay, then you don't know.
Did you read the part on rational judgment?
I'm asking you.
Did you read the part
I'm asking you right now how you have access to universal states of affairs.
On rational judgment.
Your mind is not universal.
I'm answering your question.
You said you know sense data.
If I said to you...
How do you get from sense data to universal states of affairs?
If you read the two parts of my book I mentioned...
Can you tell us right now? So we don't have your book. Can you tell us?
I'm telling you, rational judgments, and I mentioned empirical judgments. And in the rational judgments, I mentioned rational judgments are those things which are formulated from the mind alone. One of those rational judgments...
Is your mind created? So you're begging the question how you get to a universal state of affairs. You just state your position. You're not actually giving a single argument for the position. It's asking for justification. Stating your position is not a justification.
Judgments, I know from my rational judgments, I know everything in the universe is either moving or still.
Okay, that's a circle. I asked you how. 1 minute. You said because it's so.
Because I know everything is moving or still.
You don't know that because you begin with sense data. I'm asking you how that got into your mind. Your mind's not. You're not omniscient.
I tell you how you know that from your mind. If a person was born deaf and blind, he would know that.
That's a particular instance. That's not a universal. You're trying to get to universals from particulars. Guess what? You can't do it.
If there was a person who was born deaf and blind, he would know rational judgment.
30 seconds.
He would know
That's
it's impossible.
that's again. You're trying to say that because that's a state of affairs, it's a justification. So you don't know what it means to justify a claim in basic epistemology.
He would know that something.
That's not an argument. The fact that some random guy knows something, and by the way, that doesn't justify it.
If someone is born without any empirical data, physical data, he would know something is impossible to.
How do you know that? You're just saying that.
You go and check with someone who's born blind.
And that's a particular empirical data.
Time. All right, Asra's final rebuttal. Whenever you're ready, Asra. Sheikh.
Okay, going back to what I mentioned with regard to Jesus and his divinity, you said that the only way you know of Jesus' divinity is through revelation, and the revelation is the Gospels or the whole Bible, as you state,
and
the church. So, how do you know the Bible and the church are authentic?
Because of the impossibility of the contrary via a transcendental argument.
Explain that.
So all the other worldviews and systems out there have basic moves in epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics that lead to contradictions. Our position is the only one that gives a coherent account for that, and that's because our Trinitarian metaphysics allows for that.
How does your Trinitarian metaphysics make more sense with the Tawheed that I articulated, which would make more sense than a man being God? Because this claim of a man being God was not only
appeals
made
to more sense and common sense or fallacy.
It's not made only by
you're just appealing to fallacy.
Your church. It's also made by in America, for instance, you have every other decade you have people claiming to be divine.
None of that's relevant to what's true or false.
And in fact, you have even the Vissarion in Russia.
Another fallacy.
Divine, meaning he would say that he relies on his church.
How is that relevant to what's? How is that relevant to what's true or false?
How do you determine the truthfulness of these claimants?
Well, by argumentation, by logic, by revelation, all those things.
What type of logic? Because you reject circular reasoning as a fallacy in itself.
At the ultimate paradigm level, I affirm circular reasoning. I mean, ultimately for us, God is the final authority. So he is the final authority that is self-referencing.
But again, how would you reference to God?
Well, through a lot of different ways. I could look at the Bible, I could look at logic, I could look at mathematics, I could look at all the things that I'm telling you.
That in itself is the circular reasoning that is totally irrational. Meaning, you're saying you believe in Jesus being divine because of the Bible, but then you say...
No, I presented a transcendental argument, which is a specific type of argument.
Yeah, and I said to articulate the transcendent...
It's an argument by the impossibility of the contrary.
That the impossibility of the church being falsified.
Of Christianity and teaching false, or the Trinity not being true, of the whole Christian paradigm, yes.
That Christianity cannot be falsified logically and rationally. But that's what you believe.
No, that's not what a transcendental argument. That's part of the argument. A transcendental argument is that an argument that if we have knowledge, knowledge has preconditions, and the preconditions are more fundamental and more certain than the knowledge itself. Those transcendental categories themselves prove the Trinity.
How do you even know Jesus claimed divinity in Jerusalem, which is not the case? Historically, it can never be substantiated from independent...
I mean, we just lectured through the Gospel of John. Every chapter has references to Christ's deity and the Trinity.
Gospel of John, and then we go into the historicity of the Gospels themselves, the Council of Nicaea. They couldn't, meaning for hundreds of years, there was no consensus on the Gospels. So how do you know that those four Gospels are the only authentic Gospels?
Right. So, but I'm not a Protestant, so that objection doesn't apply to me because I believe in the tradition of the church.
You believe in the tradition of the church, but the church did not have a consensus for 300 years.
So
for 300 years, there was a possibility of other Gospels being truthful.
No, because the church didn't just rely on books; they relied on tradition. That's what I just said.
But you rely on you rely on a body of men in the council that were formed, and
well, not just that, but also apostolic succession, right? So the bishopric has a succession by which we know.
Succession from Jesus was in Peter, for instance. Why couldn't they determine the authenticity of those gospels from the early years?
Well, they had different gospels, and the authenticity was determined in successive councils.
Which one was the actual gospel of Jesus?
Well, there's 4 different gospels that record different aspects. So the word gospel refers to the whole revelation.
His current gospels, Jesus went to such and such place and preach the gospel. What gospel was Jesus preaching?
Okay, so this is a word concept fallacy. The word gospel is used in different senses. Sometimes it refers to the total revelation that the whole church has. Sometimes it refers to what Jesus is specifically teaching at that day. And sometimes it refers to the written text, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
The authentic gospel, as I would understand it, is the actual gospel of Jesus. Where is the gospel of Jesus?
It's the whole apostolic deposit that he gave to the church.
So you're saying the teachings of Jesus are contained within the four gospels themselves?
I just said it's the entire deposit, both written and oral, that the church possesses.
So this body of the church from the time of Jesus and the ascension of Jesus, you believe this body could not agree for 300 years with regard to the correct...
No, it's not that they couldn't agree, it's that the church spread throughout the Roman Empire and different people had different things.
But there were many gospels which were rejected. Were they untrue?
Were they what?
They were untrue, and those Christians who wrote them were false prophets.
Yeah, just like your religion has people that committed heresy and taught false things too. So what is this supposed to prove?
No, but the difference is that in Islam, there's never been another Quran. There's no other Quran. There's no one claiming to have another Quran.
Okay, you don't think the modern liberal higher critical scholarship isn't attacking the Quran?
No, they don't claim to have a different revelation.
That's not the point. You're making the argument that because people dispute the text, it's therefore not true.
I'll tell you the actual difference. For 300 years, we didn't have a lack of consensus of what Jesus or what the prophet actually taught. In Christianity, for 300 years...
That's a fallacy. We do have a consensus. The consensus is... No, that only works against the Protestant. Your argument doesn't work on me because I'm not a Protestant.
Actually, the fallacy is in your claim that there's a succession of pristine teachings of Jesus being preserved for hundreds of years in succession.
We can read it. It's right here. Right. You got a lot of books behind you. So do I. We can read these.
No, but that's not actually the case. That you've had a systematic.
And if you had read these, you would know it is.
In the first 300 years.
30 seconds.
You rely on a body of people to tell you that Jesus was God, but there's no actual.
The Gospels predate the first 300 years, so that's a fundamental mistake. The Gospels predate the people the first 300 years, so that's fundamentally wrong.
That Jesus actually.
You don't know about you don't even know what's true of the first 300 years of the church.
Jesus, there's no actual authentic Christology from
right here.
Jesus.
Do you see these right here? There's a whole bunch of it right there. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Of course, you.
Time. I mean, I can list you the authentic
Time. Woo. All right. Great. Now's a good time to post your super chat questions if you want to post super chats. In the description below, there's a link. Go to Streamlabs, and if you want to have Q&A session, send your questions in via Streamlabs.
Do you have the Streamlabs access there? Like, can you see it on the page?
No, I'm just saying it because you told me to say it.
I'm trying to see if I can get you access to where you can see these questions.
Nah, that's something that should have been figured out earlier. That's fine. Just read them out and just kind of be like, a 50-50 with the questioning.
So is this the conclusion, or where are we at?
Yeah, this is we're at 5-minute concluding statements now each. Yeah.
Whose turn is it?
Yours.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
All right. So in conclusion, I would just kind of restate, I guess, the points I made in my opening address, which I don't think any of the arguments were actually answered. I brought up multiple specific, precise arguments about the position that Asrar takes on God's relationship to time, God's relationship to the created order, to the notion of change or potentia if God willed to create and it came to be at a point in time. I'd like to see how that isn't a changing God. I know he tried to answer it. I know he tried to give other answers to the epistemology, which he never answered. So I didn't ever actually hear any solutions. I heard statements of positions, but a statement of a position is not the same thing as actually giving an argument or a justification. So in logic and philosophy, merely stating a position or making appeals to common sense or natural disposition, these are fallacies. This is the naturalist fallacy, right? This is the fallacy of appealing to common sense, the appeal to the masses. Well, we all know this. The real historians know this. Those are all fallacies. They have no place in a debate. The fact that Christians have debated in the past about things, totally irrelevant to the position being true or false. So all of that needs to just be brushed aside, and I want to re-emphasize and stress that I gave multiple arguments from the text of Scripture about multiplicity in God. I began the debate by pointing out that his own position requires and necessitates and demands real distinctions in God at multiple levels, distinctions between the attributes and the entity, or what they call entity, they mean essence, distinctions between the attributes and other attributes, distinctions between the acts of God and God himself, which he identified as the effect or the cause, which itself is nonsensical. The creation is not the act of the creator, right? He's confusing the action with the effect, right? As if the act is the same as the effect. His own system doesn't even make sense of that. That's why I was asking him about the eternal creation question. Because if God's act is the same as God, that's the problem, you see. Now creation can't be distinguished as a specific action distinct from the other acts of God. So the question was about ultimately epistemology. I asked him how he knew things when he begins with natural theology and natural philosophy and an empiricist starting point. I stressed 3 times that I was specifically addressing his assumption of Aristotle's epistemology on the question of what is better known to us as opposed to what is better known in itself. He replied 3 times, if I recall, that he doesn't agree with everything Aristotle said. I didn't say he agreed with everything Aristotle said. I didn't say that their position follows everything in Aristotle. I specifically honed in on his book and the chapter on epistemology, relying on the basic presuppositions of Aristotle, and I critiqued Aristotle's presupposition, and he never answered it. He didn't even try to. I also critiqued the causal chain points in creation, which his atomist occasionalist position denies. So he fundamentally believes that there's not causal chains or created secondary causes in the created world, because that would be to give creatures the power of Allah. So he's an occasionalist. He believes that at every point, presumably, right, Allah is just willing it in and out of existence, right? He's willing at every point, and there's no actual causal chains between things in the created order, unless he disagrees with that atomist occasionalist position. But if he does, then I'd like to know how he gets to causal chain in the created order telling him that there's a first cause, right? Because that's the great point about this stupid argument. I'm not saying he's stupid, I'm saying the cosmological arguments are stupid because they rely on a similarity between the first cause and the causal chains or the cause in the created order. And that's what his position fundamentally denies, which is any analogia or any similarity between created things and the uncreated. What? Did you say something?
I say 1 minute, sorry.
Okay. So again, I want to stress that I think that was one of the key points. I know that he's not identifying the eternal speech of Allah with creatures. I know that he thinks that created speech is a created thing, but he kept saying that it signifies, he kept saying that it indicates, which is, again, the problem in the position. And he restated his position as if that was an argument. Yeah, but I think they're distinct. Yeah, but I think it can signify.
30 seconds.
Okay, thinking you can, saying that it can do that is not a justification for how it does that given the rest of your system and the absolute dissimilarity of Allah to creatures, which undercuts his whole epistemology and his whole natural theology project.
All right, that's 10 seconds left on the clock, and whenever you're ready, Ashraf, for your concluding statement, go ahead.
Yes, with regard to concluding this, firstly, what was mentioned with regard to time, I would like to say that God instantiating something, and by that instantiation of that creation coming about, is the cause of time, does not affect God in any way or his divine attributes. I don't know why Jay keeps pressing on that point. Additionally, epistemology was mentioned. He mentioned empiricism, but if he quoted my epistemology correctly, he would know that our epistemology is a combination of both empiricism and rationalism, because we divide judgments into empirical judgments and rational judgments, and a combination of both. We do not rely solely on empirical judgments. So that's another fallacy which he kept mentioning. Af'alullah, divine actions of Allah. If he quoted the books of theology which he read correctly, he would know that when the Muslim theologians say divine acts, that's just a description of the effection of the effect of the divine power of God. So that's a description. It's not, but because Christians are anthropomorphic in their theology, when the word divine acts is utilized, they conceptualize straight away an action like human beings. So an analogy between, or we would say, a likeness between human beings and God Almighty, which is another additional fallacy. Now, the signifying point, which was pressed upon again, I said that when we state that the created words of human beings signify towards God, this in any way does not make similarity between God and creation. I don't know why that point hasn't sunk in. If I say God, we understand what is meant, but do we comprehend everything about God? No. But the word God signifies towards God. This is how we read divine revelation, that it signifies towards God, but we do not comprehend God and his divine attributes. We understand, like the way someone understands God, when the word God is stated, we understand God, but we do not comprehend God. Likewise with divine revelation, when we say it signifies to the divine attribute, this is what is meant. Some Christians in the past have even quoted fallacies like the Quran will intercede for people, therefore the divine speech, when in reality that is referring to the creation of recitation. So these are certain fallacies which are utilized. Now, to conclude, I articulated Tawheed, I believe, very well and very rationally for all the audience to understand what is meant by Tawheed. But I believe Trinity has not been given an articulate, rational position. And in fact, it led to circular argument that I stated. How do you know with regard to the divinity of Christ? He said through the Bible and the church. And I said, how do you know even with regard to the authenticity of the Bible and the church? Continuity, it's circular reasoning, it's totally irrational. There needs to be a rational articulation of why Jesus of Nazareth specifically is God Almighty, who came onto earth in the form of a human being, who was contained by the 6 directions, and who entered creation. Because we as Muslims believe the divine power only relates to rational possibilities. What do we mean by rational possibilities? That which the mind deems as being possible. So, for instance, questions like, can God create a boulder so heavy that he himself cannot pick up the boulder? These are flawed questions because the divine power only relates to possibilities. One of those impossibilities is for God to lie. God doesn't lie because his divine power doesn't relate to lying. So the divine speech doesn't relate to lying. But with this Christian method, God does have the power to lie. So how do you know the Bible isn't a lie? Because the entire Bible, the entire Bible can be a lie. The church can be a lie, because if God has power over everything, including the impossibilities, this would mean God has the power to lie. How do you know the Bible isn't a lie? How do you know everything contained in the Bible and contained within the church and the church fathers isn't a lie? But according to Muslim theology, the divine power only relates to possibilities. Lying is an impossibility to be ascribed to God. Likewise, God coming on the earth as a man is an impossibility. God being contained with time and place is an impossibility, because the divine will and the divine power only relate to that which is rationally possible. So therefore, I believe the Tawheed position is the only rational position, from the mind alone, without recourse to scripture. Because all the scripture you quoted, Jews give a different interpretation to the Old Testament, and then the Christians within themselves have over 70 sects give a different interpretation.
That's time, Sheikh. Okay. So this is question time. So, sorry. Oh no, I'm a terrible moderator. Okay. So I think my proposal is that we do this like so. There's a question, and then the person who it's asked to gets 1 minute, and then the other person gets 1 minute if they have a response. Does that sound good to you guys?
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, I don't know. I mean, a lot of these aren't even questions. They're just like statements. So.
Maybe rephrase them as a question or something. But I have one question.
I mean, they're like.
And this is for Sheikh Hasral. And this is it's the question is a person's choice, and this is with regards to kasb or occasionalism, is a person's choice with respect to free will under divine power, or is it not under divine power? Could you explain how either of these positions might affect Tawheed? Thanks. That's all my questions.
Well, free will, which is kasb, kasb is acquisition, and free will is a choice. This is an inbuilt ability created within human beings, like the ability to speak. We have within us a free choice with certain regards, a limited free choice. Within that, so the power of God relates to creating that and sustaining that within us. So the choice in itself could be described as a mode that we choose from within that inbuilt created choice. So the mode is the action of the human, while the creation of free will is an inbuilt system, like the system of speech, for instance, what Chomsky mentions, the inbuilt system of linguistics within us. While the acquisition is the exercising of that free will, and that's described as a mode. But we would say it's created by God, but the human will is a mode. What is referred to in Kalam as hal.
All right, Jay, if you have a 1 minute response to that, or if you have one at all.
I mean, I think it just goes back to points that I have stressed throughout the debate, which is that at every point, he started his epistemology with natural theology, with his own mind, as he said, and sense data, and then he claimed to have access to universal states of affairs. He backed that up by saying it's just the case, it's obvious, it's there. So anything that he says in theology begins with his own created mind and sense data. I'm not saying that he doesn't believe in other things. I know you believe in reasoning and universals and all these things, but my question was about justification, and you never justified any of the arguments or claims. You just said it is the case. So I think you fundamentally don't know what a justification is.
Okay, so what questions do you have, Jay?
That response wasn't responding to that free will question.
Yeah, true, but okay.
Around
So
333 says God bless. Byzantine Bigo says for $10. Great work, especially on Rockfin. Thank you for donating to the Cargo Pant Fund. Ortho Boomer $5. Glory to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, forever and ever. Amen. Dinaric Sultan 771. I can't read that. It's in Russian. Joe D. Play $10. Jesus loves you. Victor Ziegler $50. God bless you both. Roll Sticks $10. Glory to Jesus. Jay, thanks for the debate and the content. Mango Man $3. Yummy a debate. Atheist Chaplain $10. I've seen and heard several debates between Jay, believers, and atheists. So far, Christendom has points others do not have or pretend to have. Doctrine, it matters. A, $10. Was Allah defiled? Okay, I'm not going to read that. That's gross. A, $5. Why is there no consensus of hadith with Shia or between various Sunni sects after 1400 years?
Is that a question for you?
Yeah, I think that's a question for you, Sheikh. Go ahead.
Yes, so again, we do not claim that there is a consensus on the hadith between Shia and Sunnis, but they agree on a large body of the hadith. So the Shia even utilize the Sunni hadith, the Shia utilize the Sunni hadith, the Sunnis may not use some of the Shia hadith, but the Shia will reject some of the Sunni hadith, but they agree upon a large body. Secondly, hadith is not similar to the Quran. We do not equate the two revelations. So the Quran is different to hadith.
A asks again, is hadith supposed to be a kind of revelation?
Hadith it contains the actions, the sayings, and the tacit approvals of the Prophet, which is a type of revelation, like the actions of Jesus, as you mentioned, with regard to the living gospel. In that sense, it is a revelation.
Amir $5. He says, if the Quran is eternal, Allah has to order and make things happen according to the eternal Quran. Does that make the Quran Allah's own God?
Repeat the question, please.
If the Quran is eternal, Allah has to order and make things happen according to this eternal Quran. Does that make the Quran Allah's own God?
I'm not understanding the question here.
I think he's asking if the Quran, I think my interpretation is the Quran conditioning Allah to create. That's basically what I understand the question to be.
The Quran is is firstly, you have the divine attribute of divine speech, and the revelation of the books, meaning Al-Injil, Torah, is an aspect of the divine speech which is signified, which what me and Jay were debating with regard to signification. And the Quran then, from the divine speech, informs us of certain things. So the Quran does not dictate to God what to do. The attributes of God do not dictate to God.
Bijur Wise, $5. Do you think Hatun Tash has proven many versions of the Quran in existence throughout the Muslim world?
No, because again, why I agreed to debate Jay Dyer is because of the philosophical aspect. But with Khatun Tash, the arguments are actually fallacious arguments. Meaning, if they were true arguments, I would actually acknowledge the truthfulness of those arguments. She's pointing out to something known as qira'at, which is different to a different version of the Quran. The qira'at relates to dialects within the Quranic revelation, and the dialects do not contradict the content. And those dialects are adopted by Muslims as the Quran. So the script of the Quran is one. But what she does is she points out these dialects within the revelation of the Quran and states it's a fallacious arguments which some Christians buy into, but the argument is flawed to say that there are different Qurans, 36 Qurans. It's a flawed argument. It doesn't work because the Muslims accept the Quran with its various dialects within the one script. So the orthography is one orthography, the written Quran is one Quran, but certain words can be recited in different ways. And that is what she refers to as different versions of the Quran. But what I'm referring to is totally different gospels, which are totally different in content.
Yeah, but those aren't accepted in the church, so it's irrelevant to what we're talking about. Again, I mean...
Yeah, so what I was relating to you was not the actual rejection of those gospels. What I was discussing was the consensus aspect within those 300 years. Not the actual authenticity of the gospels, but within those 300 years...
Yeah, but the church is not based only on the written text. I don't know how many times I have to stress this.
The lack of consensus in those 300 years, that was what I was referring to.
Yeah, but the church is not only based on written text. So
again, but the lack of consensus would entail that the consensus of the church is unreliable.
Well, we don't think that every person in every time period is part of the quote consensus. That's why we have ecumenical councils. So for us, that's the highest level of authority.
So when the ecumenical councils were something of 300 years later, so prior to that, there were no ecumenical councils.
Right. So what?
So that was the time of dispute. So
right.
For 300 years, you have a chain that the continuity...
Yeah, but the people disputing has nothing to do with whether it's true or false.
No, but the continuity of the church is then questionable.
No, it's not, because there are people from every one of those periods in profuse amounts of writings.
But then this goes back to my initial argument that there is blind conformity to those individuals.
It's not blind conformity.
It is.
Don't you understand the Gospels precede those people?
No, but the thing is...
They do. Yes, they do.
Within those 300 years, those people determine what the authentic Gospels were for the congregation.
There are texts that precede the fathers of the 3rd and 2nd century. There's 5,000 plus New Testament
texts. There are other texts also. So I'm saying, how do you make the distinction?
Because there's a visible group of people that have apostolic succession and the tradition that goes into how they interpret the text.
That a visible group that has those people who dispute that position of that visible group.
Yeah, but not the whole group. It's not everybody disputing it. That's the assumption that you're making. All right, let's move on. Al Crow at $5. How does Jay answer Maximus' confession in Ambiguum 7 that God is eternally active as creator? He does not say that. In fact, the entire Ambiguum, all of them are actually against the idea of an eternal creation. So you are confusing the logi, that's what Ambiguum 7 is about, the logi, which are not the eternal actions of creating, they're the patterns of creation. And you're confusing the dunamis, the power of God to create, with the actualization of that power. So God doesn't have to create. He didn't create every logical possible world. So there are possible worlds that God didn't create. So you are fundamentally misunderstanding Maximus. And you said, how does Maximus think that an eternal action can have a multiplicity of effects? Maximus does not believe in just a simple God and a multiplicity of effects. Maximus believes in the things around God, which are the energies, which he says in countless places. Renaissance Man 1325, $5. Jay, did you use the word casuistry during the debate? I did not. $3. If Allah is the best deceiver, how do you know that the Quran is not a deceit?
Well, the Quran does not use the description of best deceiver. The person is referring to a verse which says وَمَكَرُوا وَمَكَرَ اللَّهُ وَاللَّهُ خَيْرُ الْمَاكِرِينَ, which he is translating as deceiver, which means it's referring to the crucifixion attempt against Christ that they plotted, and then this person is translating وَمَكَرَ اللَّهُ as God plotted, or God deceived in this case, as he's translating. But this is known as mushakala in Arabic. In Arabic rhetoric, this is referred to as mushakala, where the same same word is utilized, but with a different meaning. So for God, you can have the same word utilized, but it entails something totally different. So the verse would be correctly translated as, they plotted and God ordained, and God is the best of those who ordains.
Well, I made a similar point about words having different significance in relation to God as well, which you said isn't plausible or isn't allowable. Serena, $50. You were on fire. Glory to God. Thank you. Much appreciated. Bell Emmanuel, $10. It sounds to me like we should prefer a conclusion that is easier to reach. Does that make it more or less
I think we'll have Lewis concluding our debate as a friend of both sides. So, Lewis.
Yeah, these are just the Q&A. But
yeah, these are just
we're almost done.
Questions from the StreamYard. It's just
next one, Jesus is the way.
Because they pay money.
There's only a few more. Aisha says $1. Is it halal to build Kaaba in Minecraft? I think that's a joke. Wild Child, $30. Thank you for your time, Jay. You're killing it. Eustathios, $5. How can an infinite God be contained by logical parameters that only make sense to you? That'll be the last question.
Again, the rational judgments that our mind, so the person is asking about the rational judgments of our mind. Our inception point of believing in God is from the mind. So the Quran even informs us that وَلَا تَقْفُ مَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِعِلْمٍ, do not follow that which you have no knowledge of. That knowledge is in reference to the human mind. So we have a respect for the rational mind in order to conclude that there is a God. And the divine revelation confirms the rational judgments. So in the Quran, there are rational arguments that confirm the rational mind with regard to the impossibility of a camel entering the needle hole as they are. These type of rational arguments are mentioned in the divine revelation also.
Last question, Renaissance Man. Does Orthodox Christianity distinguish presbyters and bishops? Yeah, yes, we do. All right, so looks like that is about the last.
I think it's been a really good debate, and thank you, both of you. It got heated, and it got back and forth, but it was enjoyable. I hope everyone's content with the outcome. I thought it was a step forward in terms of Islamic Christian debate, to be honest.
Well, I have his link there if people want to follow his
Sheikh Asrar's details are at the bottom. He is an expert in Kalam. He knows it like the back of his hand. So if you want to learn Kalam, if you want to learn about Islamic theology, you need to go to Sheikh Asrar. You don't need to go. Just go to Sheikh Asrar. So yeah, thank you both. Thank you so much. It's been really amazing. So whenever you're ready to end the stream.
All right. Well, thank you guys, and thank you, Sheikh. Appreciate you showing up, and it was a good discussion.
No problem. When you come to the UK, we'll have our US-UK debate.
Welcome to the Transfigured Life. We have a special guest here in the building. I'm always here rocking with Father Jonathan, and as you guys can see here, we have the comedian, the apologist, the gifted one here, Jay Dyer. Give it up for Jay Dyer. How you doing, Jay?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me here. Glad to be here. It's an honor to talk to you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no,
our pleasure and our honor. Thank you very much. Jay, we're going to kind of get right into it, and I want to begin by asking you a question. Undoubtedly, if you've been watching YouTube for a while, and I think you have, and if you've been watching Orthodox apologetics, and I think you have, can't fail to notice that there's been an abundance of podcasts and videos out there now by Protestants, especially Reformed Protestants, evangelicals, Baptists, that are attacking the Orthodox faith and church. I recently heard some Presbyterian church out west even deny that we, the Orthodox, have apostolic succession. And so I'm sure you've heard some of these, but what do you make of, what do you think of that we're seeing more and more of them now?
I think one reason that we're seeing that is just everybody's got a podcast now. My wife and I were joking about this. Like people's grandmothers are going to start having podcasts soon. So literally everybody has a podcast, and I think every pastor now has a podcast. So that's part of it. But I also think that there's a realization that there's a lot of problems in the religious world, especially if you come from a Protestant or a Roman Catholic background. I mean, that's not to say there's no problems in the Orthodox world, but every group kind of has its own unique problems. And so I think that a lot of people are sensing that questions are being asked that are very difficult. A lot of times Protestant pastors might not have the answers to these kinds of questions. And so they're going online, they're seeking out answers, and they're feeling the need to have to address why people are converting. A lot of people are converting out of Protestantism, some to Roman Catholicism, but I think actually in the last 3 or 4 years, more to Orthodoxy. So I think there's a need to try to explain this, to say, hey, don't leave. They've got problems too, and Protestantism can be defended. I don't think ultimately that it can, but I think that's the reason, is that a lot of people are looking for more than what they're getting at Protestant churches. So they're seeing a lot of rainbow flags going up at Protestant churches, and that's making a lot of people dissatisfied. This is not what historic Christianity is. So there's, on the one hand, a search for authentic historic Christianity. There's a search for wanting to be consistent with what the Bible actually teaches in terms of morals and that kind of stuff. People are craving that. They don't want this watered down stuff. And even in the conservative Protestant world, I think there's a lot of unanswered questions when it comes to the challenges that Orthodoxy and Catholicism are presenting, but more so Orthodoxy, because I think a lot of people are seeing really systematic level problems in the Roman Catholic world that perhaps Orthodoxy might have the answer to.
Well, that's good. Luther, both you and Jay came out of that milieu. If you, and I know you probably have different issues that you could point to, but Jay, what do you think are the 2 or 3 biggest issues that are bringing people over?
Yeah, you got a lot of people coming out of the Protestant world. So what do you think is that reason?
Probably the biggest 2 issues in the Protestant world would be, and I don't know if they're in any specific order, just the ones that come to mind that I hear the most are questions like, well, sola scriptura, which is really the essence of classical Protestantism, and it really doesn't matter what form you want to give to sola scriptura. I know that there's different versions of it, different apologists that give different levels of it. Different Protestant apologists will recognize some kind of place for tradition, perhaps, maybe even all the way up to high church Anglicans can concede maybe the most reverence for tradition, supposedly. But I think there's still recognition that there's big heaping questions of ahistoricity, right? The Protestant position is not historical, especially when we come to the formation of the canon, when it comes to how the Bible came to be, when it comes to the actual praxis of the church in the first 6, 7 centuries, the way that it operated with liturgy, oral, teaching, profession of the faith in the liturgy, and not so much people having to go and read the Bible on their own to figure it all out. When people start to realize that, when they see what's in the ecumenical councils and the canons, and even the earliest councils, prior to Nicaea, Ancyra, Gangra, you see these so-called Catholic, and I say that as in the sense of Orthodox Catholic elements, people are seeing that and realizing that, this isn't Protestantism. So I think that's probably the biggest. And then number 2 might be questions that they have about the morals changing in the world of Protestantism. And again, that doesn't necessarily go for the conservative Protestant evangelical groups, but I think in the Protestant world, like I don't know the numbers per se, but most, all the mainline Protestant denominations in the U.S., they pretty much liberalized in the 1920s and 30s. And by that, I mean not just, caving into higher critical textual scholarship, but also morals. They began to, cave on moral questions and issues. And so I think that those are probably the 2 biggest ones, the history of the church, the Bible, sola scriptura. And then I think there's other issues too, like this debate world, that's popped up on YouTube and the internet.
Debate world.
Yeah, there's a lot of, great chats and discussions and debates going on that's probably a big factor as well.
Well, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a bigger debate world happening out there. I see that.
Well, you know
Now,
something, just real quick, I noticed, I didn't even know this until a few days ago. And obviously I'm not a huge fan of TikTok because it's, obviously it's a Chinese sort of surveillance app, but I am on there just to put out clips and stuff. And I didn't realize that I could go live on there until fairly recently, because you got to hit a certain tier of subscribers or something. But I went live on TikTok, and it turns out there's this giant world over there that's different from, YouTube and these other places. There's just masses of Protestants over there. Calvinists are arguing and going crazy. Muslims are going crazy on TikTok. So I've kind of stepped into that whole other mess of getting on TikTok, but that's a whole nother field for potential new audiences, and TikTok tends to be a lot of 25 and under, so there's a lot of really young people over there as well.
Yeah, kids are always dancing on TikTok and stuff like that.
No, but now there's a whole debate world because they have live streams, so you can live stream for long form on TikTok now. So there's always people debating over there.
Oh my gosh! Well, fascinating.
Well, let's dive into some Calvinism. I know that you yourself used to be a Calvinist. I was a Calvinist as well. What led you specifically out of that, Jay? What are some of the issues that you started to see with it? What was your progression out of that?
I'm curious, Father John, did you have a background Protestant? Did you convert, or were you raised Orthodox?
Well, I was theoretically I'm a cradle, but when I was in high school around 10th grade, I started going to a Presbyterian church and attending their Bible studies, and their youth pastors. I have to give them a lot of credit. They taught me Bible. They really did, and that has literally stayed with me for 50 years. A lot of what I learned there.
Right.
But they didn't teach a lot of theology. It was, here's what the Bible says, and we kind of read it and kind of memorized it. So I didn't learn a lot of theology. So I have to say I don't really come from that kind of a background, that experience.
Yeah.
My experience,
Jay knows well that background, and not all Calvinists, right? We're not saying it's all Calvinists, but it's definitely like a debate world for real. When it came to that realm, it's like you weren't Calvinist enough at times,
Yeah, right. Yeah. Like, so I got into that when I was about 19. I got into reading the scriptures from an evangelical Bible study I was invited to when I was 18, and then kind of eventually wandered my way into Reformed Baptist stuff, like you said, because I went to a Reformed Baptist Bible college for a while. And there, everybody, all the young guys, all we did was just kind of, talk about church history and biblical theology all the time. And so we would get into these debates about, well, what about, the church fathers? They taught this and that. And I remember there was a really formative situation where I ended up stuck at Bible college throughout the whole winter break. And so now everybody else left, and I was stuck there for the whole, 3 or 4 weeks or whatever it was. And I didn't have anything else to do. So I decided I was going to read The City of God. So I read from the beginning all the way up until about page 900, and I wrote down all these questions, because there was nothing else to do. It was just me in Louisville sitting there by myself, and I didn't know anybody, so I just read that the whole time. And I wrote down all these questions, and I took them to a couple of the professors, a couple of whom are still teaching Baptist Bible college stuff. And I said, hey, here's all these questions. I said, I don't understand how we could believe that we like Augustine if he's got all these things that we think are just Catholic crazy accretions. And I didn't
Someone approaching. Today's topic, full mouth extreme smile makeovers.
Full mouth reconstruction, we're just talking about completely
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
God and religion are best apprehended through personal practice, he says, experiencing God and living the religious life. That requires faith, I assume, in an unknowable God. But does an unknowable God demand too much from faith? Personally, I don't do well with faith. Still, I push. If God is real, shouldn't we know something affirmative of God? Would a theologian say more? Continuing at Oxford, I head over to Regent's Park College to meet a leading Baptist theologian, Paul Fetus. Paul, all my life I've wanted to know whether God exists, like many people. I follow the debates about the existence of God, but when I sit back I wonder, what is it? What is that God to which they are all referring? Nobody ever tells me. Can you tell me?
Well, this is, of course, the biggest question of all. I'm not surprised you've been asking it. And it's here that the human mind runs up against its limits, because God is unique. God can't be compared with anything or anyone else in the world. And so some people have said, well, all we can really say is what God is not. And so they look at the world around them and they see things perishing and they say, well, God is not like that. God does not perish. God does not come up against death in that way. And that's all we can do, to speak of God in a negative way. I think it's possible to say positive things about God. We can't speak literally about God, but we can use metaphors, images, pictures, analogies to point to the truth about God. And we can be confident in doing that because God has made us in God's own image, Christians believe. And also, God has disclosed God's self through the whole process of human history to different people at different times. And so, out of that, we can begin to say things about God. And I want to say at the very centre of that is that God is love and that God establishes just and right relations.
Now, if you look at the big questions of the universe with 13.5 billion years of history, 100 billion galaxies, that seems like a small thing to be the ultimate ground of being of everything that we see. I don't mean to be insulting, but that sounds too small for me.
Well, if you think love and justice are small things,
I don't say they're
then
small
of course,
things.
You might think in that way.
I'm not saying they're small things for human beings on this earth, among people. It's wonderful. There should be more of it. But to be at the ground of being of all I see in the universe, I need some help in believing that.
Well, this is why Christians think about God in terms of the idea of God as Trinity. Because Trinity is not a mathematical puzzle to be somehow solved, but it's about God living in a communion of relationships, a loving communion of self-giving love. Now, we can think of the whole of the universe as participating in those movements of relationship, of supreme love and justice. And so it does make sense of that vast universe you've described. When we speak about God as Trinity, we're not trying to observe God. This is not an observational language in which we say, well, that's what God looks like then, or we can draw a picture of God in some way. This is a participational kind of language. It's about sharing in God, and the whole universe is engaging in God like this.
Paul does not deny God's supreme characteristics as represented classically. All-powerful, all-knowing, all-good, and the like. But he does make these perfect being traits subservient to God's overall purpose of participation and engagement, a supreme communion of relations that overflows with love. Is this God? I appreciate the primacy of relations in love, but does it spiritualize away the hard questions about God? how to get at the core concept of God, if there is a God. I asked the Christian theologian Alistair McGrath, formerly professor of historical theology at Oxford.
What do we mean by that word? Pascal, as you know, drew this very famous distinction between the God of the philosophers and the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And for me, I would want to say God is not simply a philosophical idea, but rather a dynamic, personal agent who I know not simply as I know an idea, but rather as I know as a friend, as a colleague.
Is the God of the philosophers contradictory or different than this personal friend that you have?
No, it's not contradictory. It's simply one step along a road where there are many more steps to take. In other words, you can say with complete integrity, look, in philosophy, God is a fundamental principle. He's the unmoved mover. And these are good starting points. What I'd want to say, though, is they aren't end points. And I think really for me, the interesting things are what else do you say that takes us beyond the God of philosophers, that actually makes us an existentially interesting and imaginatively powerful vision of God.
If you start with an unmoved mover or the ground of being, well, you know, that's very broad. Maybe we can subscribe to that. But the more you add on to that foundation, the more you create a very specific entity whose existence may be becoming less and less likely.
For me, I think that the real issue is this, that one can believe in a very simple idea of God, but it doesn't really take you very far. So that's the big question. Does the notion of God make a difference? Does it have traction on life? And that's where the real interesting debate begins. It's not simply here as something that might be right intellectually, it's something that impacts existentially as well.
Okay, but the determination of the reality of that gets more difficult the more you add on to that. We agree on that,
we
right?
Agree.
Okay, so the burden of proof becomes heavier on those who would add more characteristics to their concept of God.
Provided that we understand that sometimes the things that are right are actually the more complex things.
Okay, so how do you get to a confidence level that such a being to which you call out to exists?
You begin by saying, look, we want to say that this is not a running away from reality. This is, in effect, coming to a viewpoint which seems to make sense of things and also is deeply existentially significant. From a Christian perspective, we're talking about the idea of revelation. Namely, we don't have to find our way to God, but in some way, God actually discloses himself or makes himself known. So there you have the beginnings of one added layer. Here is a God not simply who exists, but one who says, let me show you what I'm like. It's like, God disclosing himself to Moses. And then God disclosing himself not simply as an idea, but as a person. Let's say not some sort of abstract entity, but rather one who is able to relate to us as I'm relating to you.
Is this God
something within us
beyond being,
which is beyond creation?
God is
ultimate reality and perfect being.
Perfect being.
God is
practice and experience.
And so all the questions,
participation and engagement.
That participation in God.
Does the notion of God,
revelation and relationships,
traction on life?
Does the metaphysical God of the philosophers clash with the biblical God of Abraham? Is God like an elephant to blind men? Whatever you touch frames your reference. I see two broad categories of understanding God: philosophical, personal. The categories are not symmetrical. For God to be God, God must be the philosopher's God, but only might be a personal God. In other words, if there exists a personal God, that God must have philosophical traits. But if there exists the philosopher's God, that God need not be a personal God. Different descriptions of God can dispirit me. It's what I'd expect if humans created God, not the other way around. Is God made up, or is God a mystery? Only one is closer to truth.
For complete interviews and for further information, please visit closertotruth.com.
I think about God, why to believe, whether to believe. But the question, why believe in God, can take two forms. The first, of course, is why believe there really is a God. Here we debate reasons and arguments for and against the existence of a supreme deity. The second, more personal, is why should I believe in God? Or even, do I want to believe in God? Here we examine ourselves, discern our deepest feelings. They're related, sure. If there is really a God, then I should really believe in God. I dwelt for decades on reasons and arguments defending and attacking the claim that God exists. I now shift to belief. This is not my world, and I am uneasy entering it. Why believe in God? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my journey to find out. I remain ambivalent with reasons and arguments for and against the existence of God. So here's my problem. I'm told that to know whether there is a God, I must first believe in God. But wouldn't that push me onto a circular path of self-deception? Asking myself, why should I believe in God, throws me off balance, out of my comfort zone of reasons and arguments. I don't enjoy the vertigo. I go to London to meet Sarah Coakley, Professor of Divinity at Cambridge. Sarah is a sophisticated, systematic theologian and a perceptive Anglican priest. How will she take to me, a struggling scientist, amateur theologian, and ambivalent believer? Sarah, I will admit to you two things. One, I would like to believe in God, and two, I really don't. Why should I believe in God?
My answer to that would be very different depending on what's motivating you. In other words, is it because you feel uneasy about an option that you've never really considered? Is it because you feel drawn out of yourself towards some questions that you have evaded all your life? Is it because, completely hypothetically, there's some suffering in your life that you feel...
Sounds like I should lie down on a couch.
Well, I'm very reluctant as a theologian and as a priest to answer that question as if it were on some kind of flat plane with no personal interest involved.
Let me answer that question. I would love to believe in God because that would give meaning to the universe and my life. It would give at least the only possible hope of a life after death. So I have every reason to want to believe in God and would like to believe in God, but that's exactly why I am concerned, because I have the desire that the end product of that would be generated by my desire rather than by reality. And the last thing I want to do is fool myself.
Absolutely. So what are the conditions under which you could conceive of being drawn to believe in a way that you weren't duping yourself?
I don't know. And I have said that I think if God exists, it's up to God to figure out how I can believe. That's why I'm coming to you.
And
You're closer than I am.
Well, perhaps you shouldn't presume that. That's not a presumption I would make, actually. I'm very serious about that.
Okay.
But the reason I press you on what do you seek, that's a very old question asked to monks when they come to the monastery. Quid petis? What do you seek? Because I think that is the core question that should be at the center when people say, why do you believe in God?
But that's idiosyncratic. That's just about me. It shouldn't be about me. I want it to be about reality. I want it independent
Now,
of
why
me.
is reality and you somehow separable? I mean, why do you think that's a problem?
Reality would be reality if I existed or I did not.
That is true. But why do you think that reflecting on your own spiritual state and your own desires is somehow...
Because I think that would affect my analysis of the problem or my desire to want God to exist. I do want God to
All right,
exist.
so you think that, say, in science, you can investigate matters in science, not bringing any of your desires or interests into the matter?
Certainly there is personal involvement in anything in science, but what you'd have at the end of the day in science is that you have objective reality that is pretty much agreed to across cultures,
Sure.
which you do not find in religion.
That is perfectly true. But you see, the reason I'm asking you this is not to trick you. The thing I'm most interested in relation to arguments for God's existence, which I don't in any way sneer at, by the way, it's been very popular in the last generation of theology to think that arguments for God's existence are a waste of time and that we can withdraw into our kind of sectarian realms of religious practice and not bother with people who don't believe. This seems to me a tragic intellectual mistake. But arguments as such, they would not engage you unless your will was somehow turned towards the reality that might lie behind them. And that's why I've been pressing this, what do you seek
So
question.
what you're saying is that if there's some predisposition, some will to believe that the arguments for God would be received in a different way.
Exactly.
That's what scares me. That's
Right.
exactly what scares. It's what I don't want.
So you think that that would necessarily be a matter of self-duping?
I would worry about that.
Right. But what are the conditions under which that worry might be relieved? I'm still pressing you on
I don't
this.
know.
Let's say that God is reaching out to you in some way to work on this niggle that you have, that you would like to believe in God. And let's say that there are some arenas of your life which have a sort of element of vulnerability in them, of love, of desire, of pain, where God could get in. Under what conditions do you think that might lead to something?
I have all of those, as does everyone. And if I would begin to believe in God through any one of those windows, it would make me nervous. I just don't want to be in a position of fooling myself or arrogating to myself some relationship with the spiritual realities when such is not the case.
You seem to be operating with an extraordinarily individualistic notion of the intellectual life, in which you and you alone are responsible for everything you do and think.
So that's one problem I may have.
Yes, and
Fair.
this strikes me as not really true to any of our intellectual endeavors. It seems to me that the reason you haven't got very far in what you say is a desire to believe in God is that you have this rather strange, abstract, arid vision of a sort of space in which you would be completely uncontaminated by any previous authoritative
No,
figure.
I am contaminated, and every contamination I've had pushed me in the opposite direction.
Away from religion,
Yes.
because religion has been responsible for such negative...
For a lot of reasons. I'm not one to say because religion has had so many negatives in terms of wars and persecutions that I reject the fundamentals of religion. I'm not of that kind.
So your quest for the deep reality of life, which seems to animate these programs, seems to me to have some spiritual dimension to it.
Yeah,
it may not find its place in any particular practice of religion at the moment, but it clearly is an itch. You wouldn't be making all these programs if you didn't find this an ultimately fascinating question.
And it's not only to find an answer, but it's to deal with the questions themselves.
Exactly.
Because if you deal with the questions themselves, I feel that is enormous progress.
I would want to say, over against a huge number of moves in recent philosophy of religion and theology against arguments for God's existence, that I would be very happy to lay out a range of arguments why it seems to me very rational to believe in God, including profoundly experiential reasons, which I suspect that you share a little bit more than you're owning up to at the moment. I just have that little feeling as a priest. And then I would say, let's look at these arguments. And then I would ask you the big existential question, which is, where are true joys to be found? Which is to circle back to that question, what are you seeking? Because if these arguments simply add up to a range of quite arid, abstract, propositional possibilities, then they're not grabbing you existentially in the way that they would if you were actually prepared to put your life on the line in terms of practices. Because I, as a priest, I, as a believer, find that it is in silent waiting on God that ultimate transcendent reality impinges on me. And every time I do that, I think of it as a kind of rehearsal for the moment when I finally have to give over control, which will be the moment when I die. And as a priest, I think rehearsing for death is actually one of the most important things we do as humans, because once we're no longer afraid of death, then we're no longer afraid of life. And you strike me as a person who's very interested in controlling what you believe in for fear that you might fall victim to some kind of Kantian heteronomy, where you would no longer be in charge, the captain of your own soul. But when you come to think of it, there's going to come a day when you're lying in bed about to die, and that possibility will no longer be a fantasy that you can maintain. So perhaps what's a little bit different about the way I approach arguments for the existence of God is to think about the context of desire, transformative practices, and ultimate longing, which ultimately I think can't be fully taken account of in terms of totting up the relative value of arguments.
I appreciate Sarah's concern for me, though I admit a sense of discomfort, feeling the force of her penetrating insights. Rehearsing for death. I do fear death. Sarah sees that. I shudder at the finality of utter non-existence. I'd wish to be no longer afraid. But before I give in to easy answers, I seek out the other side. And in London, who more appropriate to grill me, this time from an atheistic perspective, than Anthony Grayling, the provocative philosopher and political partisan. Anthony, I'm sure, shall have no interest in my eternal soul, only in saving me from the earthly hell of irrationality, self-delusion, and false hope. Anthony, I would be less than candid if I didn't tell you that there have been times in my life where I believed in God, and other times when I was certainly skeptical, but never an atheist. You've said that whether it is rational or not to believe in God is not a gradient, which is the way I feel my life has been. You said it's all or nothing. So, how do you evaluate me?
I have a suspicion, which is that people who say they're struggling with belief in God sort of do. And what they're doing is they're looking for justifications. In those kinds of cases, I'm a little inclined to say to people, don't use the word God, use the word Fred, and then see if it's just as convincing. You know, it's like Fred created the universe, or Fred does this. And it forces people actually to think about that justification and to step aside a little bit from the non-rational, not necessarily irrational, but non-rational reasons why they might feel impelled to want to believe.
Define the difference between non-rational and irrational.
Well, irrational is, as it were, consciously in the face of the evidence and in the face of reason. Non-rational just includes that, of course, but it also includes all the emotional wellsprings that we might have for thinking and believing a certain way. Sometimes to step aside from what their emotional inclinations are and to try to search round the reasons why they have them. Insecurity, failure, uncertainty, the fact that we know so little, we occupy such a small patch of light in a great darkness of ignorance. These are all motivations that people want to have closure. People have a narrative impulse. They want the story to be neat, have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and have a purpose attached to it. This is why the mindset of science is so different from the mindset of a religious commitment. And a religious commitment thinks that it has a set of answers which are deeply satisfying and provide a structure. Scientific mindset is very, very happy. Indeed, it's excited. It delights in the fact that we don't know the answers.
Many people tell me that it is hopeless for me to try to find out whether or not God exists by relying on analytical, rational techniques. I must have an emotional, religious experience. Now, I've never had one. I don't particularly want one. And if I had one, I wouldn't believe it.
The case that's sometimes put by people that you can only really understand what it is to believe by committing yourself to belief. And this is because, in a way, you've already convinced yourself. It's just exactly from that positioning of yourself, taking that orientation towards the world and seeing it as if it were a universe that had a conscious, benevolent mind in control of it, with a purpose in view that is particular to you. Once you've stepped aside from that and you've looked at the universe in a slightly different way, you can have a very opposite feeling, that there is something just unimaginably crazy or pointless about taking the religious view.
Well, I walk with you down that path, but at the end, I don't come to the same end you do. I've often said facetiously that I agree with every atheistic argument except their conclusion.
Well, our culture, of course, is one in which we allow our children to believe in the Tooth Fairy and in Father Christmas and in God or gods. And then at a certain age, the Tooth Fairy and Father Christmas tend to vanish from the scene. But society as a whole massively reinforces the religious aspect. And so that stone stays in the shoe, it's always there.
There could be something about our nature you have to assume that is receptive to that.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, that there is something about us that does incline us towards it. And it is an evolutionary thing, I think, quite clearly. It is the evolutionary advantage of credulity, especially when young. When we're kids, we had better believe what our adults in the environment say, because our survival depends on it. And indeed, the whole learning process, when children soak up information about the world, is premised on their readiness, their receptivity. And that means that they're receptive to the stories, the legends, and the religions also. Somebody once put it by saying a splinter in the mind which you can never quite draw out. And there are circumstances where it might start sprouting leaves.
A stone in my shoe, a splinter in my mind. Yes, Anthony, you get my anxiety. Anthony's rationality provides balance, as if a reality-cooled gyroscope. So where am I? After Sarah's theistic dissection of my vulnerable psyche, and after Anthony's atheistic massage of my emotional wellsprings, perhaps I should immerse myself in something fresh. I seek for a moment a believer who is rooted in science, a scientist who is not a pure physicalist, but who also does not subscribe to traditional religion. Still in London, I meet Imperial College physicist Christopher Ishing. Chris, you're a physicist, a believer. I'd like to understand why.
I often get undergraduate students actually coming to my office and asking me, how can you as a professor of theoretical physics believe in God? But it's a curious thing, believe. What's that really supposed to mean? Many people interpret this as you believe in some dogmatic proclamation of a particular religion. Mm-hmm. That's always seemed to me very strange. How do you know it's true? I am a Christian, at least I think I am. I'm not sure everybody would. Each week we say the creed, but if you say you believe in one God, maker of heaven and earth, you don't know that, do you? You weren't there. So by its very nature, that's not really a belief in the scientific sense. Mm-hmm. I think it's important to realise that, otherwise it sounds ridiculous. I mean, some people, of course, do take it literally. That is just speculation. Incidentally, I also believe I could be wrong. If I do believe in a God, I accept I might be completely wrong. Mm-hmm. So I'm not dogmatic about these things. Well, you said that you didn't trust experience and you thought a lot. Well, I think a lot too. But I have more trust in my experience. I was baptised on my 40th birthday, and not by accident. It took me a long time to be able to join a Christian church. And I only did it through the work of Carl Jung, actually. If I hadn't read intentionally what Jung wrote about these sorts of things, I never could have done it. So for me, it was really a question of what were actually quite deep mystical experiences, which I had since I was about 13, which had nothing to do with religion per se. They're more about nature and music and so on. And through the work of Jung, I managed to integrate these and be able to say to myself, okay, look, I could join the Christian church, so I'm not just alone. I think without being impolite to the deity, if it exists. But nonetheless, I think I'm not sure everybody in my church would actually think I was a Christian if I knew what I actually believed. I've been involved over the years quite a bit with formal science and religion interactions, sometimes with theologians at quite a high level. But it always seemed to me this was the wrong thing to be talking about. It was not actually science and religion. The real problem for Christianity is the problem of evil, the problem of suffering, which is nothing to do with science per se. Unfortunately, I have a neurological disease that's landed me in hospital quite a few number of times. And neurological wards are interesting places. Interesting. You see suffering there at a very profound level. One outcome of all of this is I felt at the very heart of reality there's something that's profound about the nature of suffering. And the Christian religion is rather unique in this because supposedly Christ was crucified on the cross. So God experienced suffering in God's self. So really, for me, Christianity is not about my scientific beliefs, but about my own personal encounter with suffering.
To Chris, a first-class physicist, there is room in reality for planes of existence beyond the physical, for mystical experiences beyond the mundane. But why the long leap from Carl Jung to the Christian church? He says it's about his personal suffering. I respect personal suffering. But is it thick enough to spawn a worldview? I too feel a need, though my reaction, I make sure, is not to join a religion, but to hurry to a skeptic. I go to Los Angeles to visit the publisher of Skeptic magazine, Michael Shermer. Michael, we're friends, and it's private, so I'll admit to you that I would like to believe in God. Now, do you feel sorry for me?
I don't, no, because most of us would like to believe in God. I actually think that there's a deeply evolved propensity to believe in something, ultimate force that explains everything. So in the Believing Brain, I talk about patternicity, the tendency to find meaningful patterns in random noise. We just connect the dots to explain things. And agenticity, the tendency to impute into those patterns some hidden agent, an invisible force that's running the show. I think God is the ultimate pattern and the ultimate agent. Now, the monotheistic God that most people believe in today, that's fairly new on the scene in terms of the long history. But I don't feel bad for anybody that believes that.
But you don't want me to live in error my whole life. I would think you would be interested in your friend to see what's true.
Right. As your friend, I would say, I'd prefer you didn't believe in something that probably isn't true. I think the more rational, scientific worldview, at the very least, should lead us to be agnostic, in the sense of you can't know. There's no experiment we're going to run, and surely by now you've interviewed everybody on the planet that's thought about these things in a deep way. There is no ultimate answer. I would be shocked and amazed if it turned out there was a God. I'm 57 years old, I've thought about this my whole life, and I would be amazed.
You once believed in God, right?
Yeah, I did. I was a born-again evangelical Christian. I really believed. And when you do believe, the worldview becomes very internally consistent and externally coherent. It all makes sense. Nothing happens without a reason. And in a sense, that's comforting because uncertainty is a little anxiety-producing, right? The arguments that get me more than anything else are anthropological and psychological, sociological. All these different religions and all these different people believe in different gods, different aspects. They can't all be right. What are the chances that you got it right and everybody else got it wrong? I mean, if we were Indian, we wouldn't be talking about the Christian God.
There could be a whole other way of supernatural kinds of things.
Right.
Do you reject all of that?
I do. I'm a materialist.
Oh, is there anything beyond the physical world as we know it?
Okay, so the problem with postulating that there might be a supernatural is no different than saying there might be a paranormal. I claim there's no such thing as the paranormal or the supernatural. It's just the normal, the natural, and the stuff we can't explain yet. And the moment you say, well, okay, you have the X, the unexplained, what is that? Okay, so I'm going to postulate this paranormal or supernatural explanation. Oh, quantum consciousness. Yeah. What if that was right? That's not paranormal anymore. That's not just subsumed under neuroscience and physics, right? That's the fate of all these claims. They either disappear because we're not interested in them anymore, or they become part of science. And I would expand that all the way out to God. That the moment you say, well, okay, God is not part of our universe, okay, then how do we know about him? Well, occasionally he pokes his hand in to stir the particle.
Then we should see it.
Really? So how do you measure that? Well, it's a miracle. Okay, but what's the evidence for the miracle? At some point we have to talk about it in a way that is concrete. We can test it, and the moment we're on that level, then we're doing science, and then it is not supernatural anymore.
But the fundamental question is there anything that exists, God, extraterrestrial civilizations, anything that is beyond the physical as we know it or can conceive it today?
Well, I would have to honestly answer it. I don't know, and neither do you, and nobody does. It isn't possible to know. I don't have to construct a whole non-religious, but we just say I don't know, and leave it at that. It's okay to say that.
To Michael, conflicting religions underline all religions. And when human minds seek patterns and agents, we build false beliefs in things supernatural. To me, here's what's sure. Humans have a natural cognitive capacity to infer the existence of God. But this neither affirms nor denies the actual existence of such a supreme being. I appreciate being probed and prodded by theists, by atheists. Each genuinely wants the best for me. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Anthony. I think there may be something beyond the physical, but I, like Chris, could be wrong. And even though I resist Michael's conclusion rejecting God's existence, he always makes sense. What's for me and God, right now, to remain where I am, a state of passionate befuddlement, with little hope and no confidence that I will soon see the light. I hope the passion remains. For me, that's closer to truth.
For complete interviews and for further information, please visit closertotruth.com.
Does God exist? All my life I've wondered. I wish I could say I've progressed. I've assumed that the ultimate choice is between materialism, where only the physical is real, and theism, where God is the God of Abraham. Recently, philosopher friends suggest different ideas of God. Not the personal creator of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They invite me to a special workshop on alternative concepts of God, where 15 or so philosophers of religion from across the globe, old friends among them, gather without audience or pretense. Here at the University of Birmingham in England, the workshop plans to challenge classical theism and to explore contrary concepts of God, some rather radical. I'm game, but skeptical. What are alternative concepts of God? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my journey to find out. Alternative concepts of God. I've always had God, if there is a God, in standard form. The most supreme being, the creator of the cosmos, with awareness, beliefs, intentions, all-powerful, all-knowing, all-good. Am I too constrained by my culture? Should I try to break the shackles of tradition, free myself to think beyond? I need an overview, a framework, a grounding in theism, then a scan of the alternative landscape. I ask my host, the co-director of the workshop, philosopher Yujin Nagasawa. Yujin, we're friends, and I appreciate you feeling sorry for me in my battle between theism and atheism by inviting me to your conference on alternative concepts of God. But I worry that I'm just going to be overwhelmed. Can you give me some sense of the overview so I don't feel like a complete idiot?
Let's start with the classical concept of God. According to this concept, God is an omniscient, omnipotent, and morally perfect creator of the universe. And most classical theists are religious theists. So they think that God exists, so that's why they're theists. And also they are religious believers as well. So they think that there are some religious reasons to endorse theism. But there are other sorts of religious believers. So for example, there are religious atheists and religious agnostics. So they think that it's important to practice religion and go to the church and so on. And they think that the religion is socially and culturally and historically important. But at the same time, they don't take religious claims ontologically seriously. And I'd like to think that I'm one of these people, think that religion could be helpful, but that they don't have any religious commitment. But at the same time, they take theism seriously. So they think that there are philosophical or scientific arguments to show that God exists.
So now that we have this framework, where do some of these alternative concepts of God fit?
Okay, so let's consider pantheism. Pantheism says that God is identical to the universe. Yeah. The universe is God. And this view is quite naturalistic. It doesn't say that God is something beyond the universe. So that's why many scientists like this view. And also there is panentheism as well. Panentheism says that the universe is not identical to God, but the universe is a proper part of God. That view is more similar to the classical concept of God, but still someone who is predisposed to naturalism might be attracted to this kind of view. Each position faces a problem of its own. So for example, consider the problem of evil. So the classical concept of God says that there is a morally perfect, all-powerful being. Then we wonder why there's evil in this world.
Sure.
But for example, pantheism faces a different kind of problem. So according to the Big Bang Theory, the universe began to exist about 15 billion years ago. But then that means that God began to exist 15 billion years ago. That's a little bit strange to think that God has an age.
So how important it is, do you think, for those who really want to understand the bedrock of reality to appreciate the spectrum of ideas about God?
Many people are attracted to theism, and I think there are good reasons for that. I mean, theism provides a reason for our existence, and arguably it explains why there is this world. But different forms of theism face different kinds of problems. So that's why we need to address them and see which version of theism is most plausible. And then we can compare the most plausible version of theism with naturalism and see which one provides a better worldview.
Yujin advises me to compare arguments for and against theism, naturalism, alternative concepts of God. He notes while alternative concepts are often more naturalistic than theism, every concept of God has its own problems. Most know that theism has the problem of evil, but who knew that pantheism has the problem of God having an age? Workshop attendees offer their philosophical fineries. Dig into why they believe, I remind myself. Don't get stuck on what they believe. I hear about what seems to be the rather primitive idea that God has a body. But the defender is a sophisticated professor of religious studies and theology at Utrecht University in the Netherlands, Marcel Serrault.
Traditionally, the Church has always held that God cannot suffer and cannot react in an emotional way to what happens in the world. Nowadays, many people think differently about this. They argue that God should be emotionally involved in what happens in the world, and that a God who is able to suffer with us and also to be happy with us is a better God, a more perfect God than a God who cannot react emotionally to what happens in the world.
So how do you go from there to God having a body?
One of the traditional arguments against the belief that God can suffer is that in order to suffer, you need a body. So suffering always brings some kind of feeling state with it. In order to feel something, you must be located. If God suffers, does that also mean the suffering of God is somehow located? And this is how I came to be involved in the position that God could be embodied.
Why is it important for God to suffer?
The most basic belief of Christians about God is that God is love. Now, love implies that you sympathize with the one whom you love. If God has a relationship of love with many people in the world, there are among those a lot of people who are in difficulties, who suffer, who are in pain. So real love will bring with it suffering for God.
So if you have God suffering and you need a body, I mean, tell me what that means. Does that mean God's extended in space?
Mm-hmm. In the early church, many of the church fathers discussed an analogy between soul and body on the one hand and God and the world on the other hand.
Mm-hmm.
They concluded from this that God was a disembodied spirit working in a material world. But you might just as well conclude that God is in some sense embodied in the world. And that's the metaphor that I developed in my work.
You say metaphor. There's a difference between a metaphor and a reality.
The idea that God is embodied in the world is a reality depicting metaphor. We don't know how to talk about this except for metaphors, but we do mean by these metaphors to talk about something real.
If one's theology requires God to suffer, perhaps it's not so outlandish to imagine ways in which God's pain or anguish is somewhere located. And so, yes, suffering does seem to be felt best with a body. But God having a body itself seems confused, anthropomorphic, naive. Does suffering need a body? The greatest anguishes are mental. God having a body does not crack my hard shell of skepticism. What might? Some philosophers are crafting a God that is naturalistic. Naturalistic God? That sounds contradictory. An oxymoron, like beyond infinity. Not so, says Professor Willem Dries, the editor-in-chief of Zygon, a leading journal of religion and science. Wim starts with science, then finds mystery.
Yeah, my view begins, I think, with accepting the scientific story. We have come to understand reality far deeper than we did centuries ago as humans. And part of it is that it shows an enormous integrity of reality. So an image of God up there in a very spatial sense, we don't have a place for that. So we are facing a question about how to think about ultimate reality. If you appreciate the scientific understanding, still you have questions remaining, kind of limit questions about the scientific understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Those may be the ultimate origin of everything or the ultimate origin of the laws of nature. I do have high respect for some colleagues who are very theistic and then appreciate science. And you might be more agnostic, talking about the mystery of existence in those terms, or also more immanent, as if the ground of existence is within reality. But still, then you have this question where the ground of order has its roots.
In the latter category, that's moving more towards some of the pantheistic images where God is the world and the world is God. Do those images fit more closely with your understanding of a naturalistic kind of God?
Well, part of it for me is that you somehow seem to endorse everything as good, and there is some ambivalence as well. There's a lot of wonder about reality, appreciation of it, but in the pantheistic view, it seems all deified. There are two concerns for me in deifying reality. One is, what does it add? It seems pretty superfluous in just giving it another label, but saying, well, all of reality. And the other is also, well, in our reality as humans, we see things, evil or human sin, human failures. And so we also need the God language, I think, to differentiate morally between the positive and that which we want to criticize in the light of some higher ideal.
So you ground yourself in naturalism and science, and then look for some of these areas that science can't answer as the openness for where religion might flourish.
I think it has, for me, improved the understanding of the greatness of it all. It's much more than just an engineer making it. It's really the possibility of thinking, of wonder about why is there something rather than nothing, where does it all come from, is a very deep question, I think. It moves away from the old man with the beard to a more abstract, and for some, of course, then more far away, but maybe also more significant image.
The greatness of it all. That's what energizes me, compels me. I'd go with Wim, but I hesitate. If there is a God, why start with science? And if I do start with science, why end with theism? I'm told that John Bishop, a philosopher from New Zealand, would answer my questions with religious naturalism. But I'm warned, what I get would be neither natural nor religious.
I think the reason why people might find religious naturalism a contradiction is because they would think that if you say that God belongs within the natural world, right, they might think that you're reducing God to an ordinary object, the sort of thing that might be investigated by science, for example. And clearly that can't be a concept of God. God, everybody agrees that God isn't one of the things around hereabouts, you know, and that God really should not be some kind of mere item or aspect. Right? God has to be the creator of all. If you adopt the normal supernaturalistic view, you haven't gone far enough with that thought. Okay, you've still got God as an item, only you've, I think, invented this supernatural realm in which he operates somewhat anthropomorphically, as a supreme controller of everything, who set it all up in the first place for a good purpose and so on, but is in the end an intentional agent, rather like ourselves, although, of course, unique and uniquely supreme. And I think there is a tradition within classical theism where there is a strong repudiation of the idea that God could be any kind of an item at all. But then you say to yourself, well, that's very strange. If you say God isn't any kind of an item, what do you mean when you say that God exists? If you're thinking that God exists in the sense in which other things exist, you haven't got a big enough God.
God is beyond categories, so God is beyond existence.
Yes. Now, at this point, there is a danger that one might just go, as they say, apophatic. Apophatic theology says that the most we can do is say what God is not. And it's out of that, actually, that you get the classical attributes of God. When they say God is atemporal. God is not in time. God is impassible, not the sort of thing that undergoes suffering or any kind of change, immutable. Now, of course, at this point, the atheists could turn around and say, no, wait a minute, God isn't anything at all. So one does have to, even if you say God is not an item, not even a supernatural item, you have to be able to give some sort of positive account of what God is.
Okay, so how does religious naturalism do that?
A number of possibilities. One is pantheism, where you say, well, God isn't an item, but God is somehow the whole understood as a unity. My kind of religious naturalism focuses on the idea that there is a unity to the universe which has to do with its being directed upon a purpose that is supremely good. Why does the universe exist on this religious naturalist view? It exists for the sake of realizing the good. And of course, this naturalist conception of God has got rid of the idea of this rather anthropomorphized supreme person. And people very often react by saying, well, you've depersonalized God. You know, what has happened to the possibility of a personal relationship with God? I would like to say I've transpersonalized God, you know, that our personal existence is something obviously very important, but only an image of something even greater. And that's what we find in the nature of God.
John's religious naturalism seeks to do away with God as a supernatural being, not because the supernatural is too strange, but because it is not strange enough. If God exists just like other things exist, then the God you've got is a God too small. So if God cannot be a thing, an item, perhaps we can know nothing about God, or that God is the whole, a kind of pantheism. I'm transfixed by the insight that God is beyond categories. But I balk at removing personhood. Are there alternative concepts of God that perpetuate personhood? I encounter Eric Steinhardt, a computer science-trained philosopher. When thinking about God, Eric thinks big, really big. Is he pulling my leg? Eric, you have a concept of God that is both non-traditional and exciting in its absolute bizarre nature. So, tell me how your gods work.
Well, I think that there are infinitely many gods, and they're little g gods, not big G God. Right? Our world is just the physical world described by science. That's our universe. But our universe should be thought of as being generated by a little g God. So if you take the cosmological argument, which says there's going to be a necessary ground of the physicality of our universe, a necessary being that is the foundation of all the contingent things in our universe, that's our local God. And then you might ask, well, where did that come from? Well, what would you think would make a God, if not another God? So our God that made our universe was designed and created by a prior God, which of course has its own universe, and that was designed and created by an even prior God. And we run all the way back until we get to the simplest of all possible gods. And that first simple little God is a necessary being, an ultimate necessary being. It exists and is the root of the rest of this endlessly ramified tree.
Now, a typical theist would say that's a coherent argument, but you can eliminate all those intermediary steps. And you can just assume that the God of this universe is that primordial, simple, necessary being.
The traditional theists, they posit this God that's very complex. Now, they would like to say that it's metaphysically simple, but you know what? That doesn't work. I mean, our universe is complicated, and anything that could design our universe has to be a very complicated thing.
So your challenge is how am I going to build one? How can I get a complicated God? And I can't start with complicated.
Right.
I have to start with simple. So I have to have a process. Am I following along?
You are. It's an evolutionary idea. So gods evolve. Right, so the little gods beget bigger gods, and the bigger gods beget even bigger gods. The first god, the littlest god, is a first cause.
Okay.
You should think of it as like a little simple computer.
Right.
It does just a few little things, and it can just generate a tiny little universe, maybe with a dot and a point, but 0 dimensions. My idea is that you take a classical concept of perfection that just gives you this big one thing that's infinitely perfect, and I say that I don't understand if you got. I understand if you go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you get up to infinity.
Yeah.
I don't understand just saying infinity. I'm trying to say that actually is good theology, to start out with a first simple cause, the little God that makes bigger gods.
And each one creates universes and other god offspring. So the two things that they do?
It's two things that they do in one sense, but in another sense it's just really sort of one thing. I would like to think of universes as being sort of inside the god. It's not.
Okay.
It's more like the gods are minds, but what you've got is a god that's got a universe inside of itself, and so when it creates offspring of itself, sort of in its own image, they too will be things that have universes inside of themselves.
Right. So as you look at the whole scheme of a lot of little gods that are getting bigger and bigger, none of them ever reach the so-called big god that is of traditional theistic.
Right. That's our friend Pog.
Yeah.
The personal omni-god.
Yeah.
Right. So there's no Pog.
And ultimately, what are the advantages of having this basically infinite sequence of gods?
I avoid a lot of the problems of traditional theism. I can give a perfectly naturalistic account of creation and design. Right? For the traditional theist, it's a complete mystery how God designs and creates the world. I avoid, most importantly, the logical problem of evil.
Because your God is not all powerful, not all good.
Well, they're all good in a certain sense.
Not all good, not perfectly good.
Not perfect in that omni-good sense. That's right. And I can answer questions like, where does your God come from? I can say, well, it came from a simpler God.
But on that one, you lose, because you still have to have a primordial God that was a necessary being. The only difference you have a very simple God as the initial one.
That's right.
And I'm not sure if that's better or worse.
I think it's better. There's a contradiction here, right? Also a paradox for the traditional theists, Pog people, that they want to say things like, well, their God is a simple first cause, but it's capable of designing things and it knows everything. Now, I don't understand how a simple thing can have knowledge of everything, or how a simple thing can be a person. So there is an advantage here, right? I've solved a problem that traditional theism, or Pog theism, can't solve.
Bewildering they are. So many kinds and variants of gods, if God is even the right term to use. Do we make progress? Do alternative concepts of God help discern ultimate explanations? Yes, I think, because we can see horizons farther, possibilities undreamt. God with a body, a naturalistic God, pantheism, the world is God, panentheism, the world is part of God, an infinite number of gods. I put the alternatives to philosopher Brian Leftow.
Whatever else God is supposed to be, he's supposed to be something you can pray to. But if the word God is just an empty name for a dead universe that can't hear you, then that's not really God.
I treasure alternative concepts of God, not because they explain reality, but because they enrich reality, because each in its own way highlights something of the ultimate. I myself still hold to a simple choice. Either there exists a personal-minded creator God, or brute fact naturalism is all there is. Yet, there's more to know. Getting closer to truth.
For complete interviews and for further information, please visit closertotruth.com. This program was supported in part by a grant from the John Templeton Foundation.
I search for God, but find no comfort. I begin to wonder, is my search too narrow? Philosopher friends tell me to widen my gaze. They invite me to a small workshop on alternative concepts of God, where, in private, they explore unusual ideas about God. A favorite is pantheism. The idea that God is the world and the world is God. Pantheism's claim is not shy. God is everything, and everything is God. It seems that pantheism is becoming more popular, especially among some philosophers. What does pantheism offer? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my journey to find out. Pantheism, God is the world, seems so alien to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, where a transcendent God is radically distinct from all that God created. Pantheism is unfamiliar territory, and I am not confident in exploring it. But with so many roots trying to reach reality, familiarity and confidence may not be good signposts. The workshop is being held at the University of Birmingham in England. I meet a leading expert on pantheism, author of Pantheism in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Michael Levine. Michael, if I'm trying to weigh the different ways of looking at the world, theism and atheism are always the two tension parts of this barbell of existence. I'd like to understand how you differentiate pantheism from theism.
Pantheism is the classic alternative to theism. The two really crucial points at which it distinguishes itself is, first of all, theism is, of course, belief in a personal God, a God that's conscious in some sense. There is no personal God. There is no person. If there is no person, there is going to be no object of prayer as such, no object of worship as such. So, first of all, no personal God. The other one, I think, denies not just the personality of God, it denies the transcendence. For the theist, God is utterly transcendent, ontologically distinct. Quite the opposite. What the essence of pantheism, if you will, although it's not enough to really describe it. Pantheism insists on eminence, divine eminence, and takes it to the nth degree, so that God is, as it were, everywhere. The other way in which pantheism distinguishes itself from theism is the way in which it addresses certain kinds of theistic problems, for example, the problem of evil. The problem of evil is a theistic problem, theistically conceived. So the problem of evil is, how could one account for the scope and the nature of the miseries in this world, given the existence of a God who's perfectly good, all-knowing,
and all-powerful.
etc., and all-powerful. It's not that there may not be a problem of evil for a pantheist. There is indeed a problem of evil, and there is probably a variety of other kinds of problems, but they can't be theistically conceived, because at the heart of every theistic problem is going to be a personal deity, etc.
Sure.
So how might a pantheist address the problem of evil? They might address it by suggesting that the unifying force isn't being attended to. It has to be enhanced in certain kinds of ways, that one has to bring one's mode of living into line with the nature of things as such.
So we must be a co-creator with the force to make it happen. Is the force morally positive or morally neutral?
For most pantheists, undeniably, it would be a positive force. It would eschew something like Manichaeism, which would suggest that there are these naturally opposing kinds of forces. Now, another problem would be something like creation. Why would God create anything? People will give you an account of, well, God might have done it out of the goodness to achieve maximum goodness, etc. The pantheist doesn't have to have a kind of solution that's rooted in the nature of a divine personality. Salvation, another way in which one is going to distinguish pantheism and theism. Salvation for theists has to do with personal immortality. Pantheists often talk about impersonal immortality. Robinson Jeffers, the Californian poet, says to be part and particle of everything that exists. What can possibly be better than that? And impersonal immortality is something that's achieved not post-mortem, if you will, but it's something that, insofar as one lives in accordance with one's pantheistic precepts, you achieve this impersonal immortality at every moment in which one lives.
Pantheism is the classic alternative to theism, defined by denying what theism declaims. Pantheism denies that God is a personal, minded being, and it denies that God is radically distinct from the world. Pantheism claims to avoid the problem of evil. Well, what about evil? If all is God, and evil is part of all, then isn't evil part of God? That's fine for pantheists, because pantheism's God is impersonal, devoid of mind, and morally neutral. Also, call me selfish or altruistically challenged, but impersonal immortality is not for me. I'd find no thrill in my post-mortem body providing the molecular feedstock for forests and oceans and people yet to be born. Although I'd be disappointed by what pantheism would offer for my long-term future, I cannot dismiss its claims of truth. So I go after pantheism's implications. I meet Peter Forrest, a mathematics-trained philosopher from Australia, who offers dizzying ideas about God. Can Peter explain how a pantheistic world came to be?
Often when people talk about pantheism, they have the idea of a purely inanimate universe and it being so wonderful that you say, wow, that's God. That's not what I mean by pantheism. What I mean is that the universe, the sum total of things, the whole physical setup, the actual and the possible, is God's body, the divine body.
Does God have anything else other than the body?
My own view is that in our case and in God's case, there's no extra part, the soul, that doesn't exist, but I hold that there is something deeply mysterious about consciousness and about agency. If you simply describe the universe in purely physical terms, that's wonderful, but I think it leaves out what the description of us in purely bodily terms leaves out. namely how it feels to God and God's capacity to do things.
So let me understand how this pantheistic world could happen.
I mean, a useful image here is to think of possible worlds, ways universes might be, and the actual as just some of those possible ones. There's no actual universe as yet, so initially the body of God consists of all these possible worlds. As time passes, as choices are made by God or by other agents, then there is less that is merely possible and more that is actual.
The only thing actual is that there are possibilities. Now, there are possibilities for physical universes, but is there an independent existence of something that's going to choose which one becomes actual?
I'm inclined to think not, because I'm inclined to think that even in the human case, it's a mistake to think that there's a separate chooser that surveys this arena of mental possibilities.
All right. Before there's anything existing, there are only possibilities. There are all these possible universes. There's no independent something that's going to select them. So how does one get actualized?
Because the agency, what it is to be a chooser, an agent, is, I think, made up by the choice.
How do you have an infinite range of possibilities. How does any possibility become actual?
The choice is made on the basis of what those possibilities are like.
So the possibilities themselves have a built-in generative power to become actual?
I wouldn't describe it as a power to become actual. I would say that there is a basic mystery of agency here which we don't understand in the human case.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, wherever you want to introduce mysteries is fine.
Yeah, well, I don't like mysteries, but I think we're forced to accept some, and I think in the human case there's the mystery that things appear, and there's the mystery that choice is made, and I don't think it actually helps understand to posit a something to which these appear or something that does the choice. I think the basic mystery is that the future possibilities or the present actualities appear and that a choice is made. You start off with these sort of luminous possibilities.
I'm with you.
Yes.
Yeah. Nothing independent of them.
And that is God.
So the possibilities are God.
The body of God, yes.
The luminous possibilities, that is God. And then one or more of them, based upon that thing, comes into existence, so God can then is actual. In the ones where there's for whatever reason, comes into existence.
I do want to say, though, that the range of possibilities is itself actual. But it's actually the case that there are these possibilities. Therefore, it's actually the case that it's this primordial God.
Okay.
The choice is made, that's mysterious, but it's a choice for the good, and that's something I don't understand, but that makes for an agent. I don't find it helpful to think of an agent as something that has certain kind of powers and capacities before the choice. So God has that choice. So throughout the procedure, the sum total of what is actual and possible constitutes God. So, in summary, what I'm speculating is this. At all times, God is the sum of actualities and possibilities. When a choice is made, the more is actual, the actual is defined more, and as a result, we have what we think of as the universes. And this is God's choice over God's own body.
I think I get it. Peter is a pantheist in that the universe, all that exists, including things that are merely possible, is literally God's body. As time passes, Peter says, some possible things become actual things, as God has a choice over what constitutes God's body. But still, nothing of the body of God is outside of the universe, so there must be a basic mystery of agency. What is the ultimate to which pantheism can aspire? I ask a colleague and mentor, philosopher John Leslie, co-editor of The Mystery of Existence, Why Is There Anything at All? John, you were my intellectual mentor for decades, so I was surprised to learn that your fundamental belief is as a pantheist, because that always seemed odd to me.
Well, let me say I have no firm beliefs. I have a belief maybe 55% in God and 45% that the universe just happens to be there, okay? And if you're going to believe in God, I think you have to be a pantheist, because otherwise you're stuck with the view that there's God and he's there in all his glory and he creates a world which is infinitely inferior. The question is, why didn't he create another God? It seems to make much more sense to be a pantheist and say that the entire universe is God.
If the universe is God, did God create it? Can you create something that's part of you?
Well, on the pantheistic view, the universe is God, but you are saying something definitely more than just saying God is another name for the universe. You are saying you can get some understanding of why the universe is there if you say that it has the characteristic of being unified in some dramatic way, and if it has the characteristic of being essentially mental, and if you say it has the characteristic of being essentially good. And if you're saying that, as I prefer to develop pantheism, the goodness of the universe is the reason why the universe is there. All these are ways in which you add more to the idea of God than just saying God is the universe.
How could you say the universe is mental? I mean, it's physical. Many neuroscientists think that the mental is just an illusion for the output of the physical brain.
One way into this would be to look at those scientists who think of the universe as a computer simulation. They say it is possible to have enormously powerful computers, and one of the things which they'll be able to simulate is the patterns of entire universes, and we are a pattern in one of these simulations. We could be inside an electronic brain. You don't really say very much about the universe when you say it's made of physical stuff. Modern physicists talk about the universe's pattern. If you say this pattern is carried by a cosmic mind, you're not saying anything which a physicist should be offended by.
What do you gain by adding that entity instead of just saying, yes, it is a pattern, it's the physical pattern, the information, and that's what it is. You're adding another entity. You're saying that pattern is within a mind.
Well, one thing you might gain is adding more value to the universe. If you think that most of the universe is made of physical stuff and has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness, then most of the universe might as well not be there as far as value is concerned, because it seems to me that only consciousness has value. Another thing you're adding is, with the traditional concept of mind, before the neurophysiologists came along and said the mind is just the brain, the mind is unified. And some people would say a lot of the neuroscientists aren't taking on board the extent to which quantum physics talks about the universe as unified.
You mentioned that pantheism, in addition to giving a mentality to the universe, gives unity to the universe. You see a unity in the physics. What greater unity do you buy by adding this pantheistic God, quote unquote?
What you're saying there is we have the unity of a rule of law, the same laws of physics running the entire universe. In addition to that is the idea that the individual parts of the universe couldn't exist in isolation any more than the weight of a stone could exist absolutely in isolation, or the color of the stone, or the shape of the stone. These are all parts of one and the same stone, and they couldn't exist apart from each other. And similarly, it's said by a lot even of quantum physicists, the individual parts of the universe couldn't exist in isolation from each other. They're all abstractions. Now, when you say that, you're saying the sorts of thing which pantheists have said.
But do you gain anything with the pantheism? Because maybe the physicists are saying what's correct, but that's all there is. I don't see the incremental value that you get from doing so.
I think one of the things you get is the belief that the universe is essentially good. When I'm trying to defend pantheism, I would say that the unity of the universe and the fact that the universe is essentially mental are essential to the goodness of the universe. And the goodness of the universe is something which can help explain why it exists. That's my take on pantheism. There are pantheists of all different descriptions. You could have a pantheism which simply says there's gods everywhere. There's a god of the streams, there's the god of the trees, and so on. There's that sort of pantheism. I'm thinking of respectable pantheism, the sort of I defend.
John argues for pantheism by rejecting the traditional view that an all-powerful God would create a world infinitely inferior to God itself. The only alternative, John says, is that the entire universe is, in a way, God. The universe, he says, is unified and mental and could exist within a divine mind. John argues that the reason the universe exists is value, the fundamental goodness of the universe. Value, he says, resonates well with respectable pantheism. Love as I do these hot, extravagant speculations of pantheistic philosophers, I need a dose of cool, crisp analysis. I'm pleased that philosopher John Schellenberg is attending the Alternative Concepts of God workshop. John is not a pantheist, and he is certainly not a theist. John, you argue that theism is false because of the hiddenness of God. Now, in pantheism, God is defined as everything. So then God is the most obvious, unhidden thing in pantheism. Does that make pantheism right?
I think that it's possible to provide a credible notion of God in this way, this pantheistic idea of God. First of all, you have the very simple idea that we identify God with the world as we know it, and that's all, okay? So the world, perhaps as described by contemporary science, the natural world, all we do is we add the sticker God, okay? We say, this thing, you know, that science is talking about, telling us all about, we will just call that God. I don't find that terribly plausible. Why should I call that God? Sure. I mean, it doesn't seem to be ultimate in any value-related sense, and I think that one of the things that a religious idea requires is that sort of axiological ultimacy.
Value.
Axiology, the theory of value. So that first idea tends to leave me cold, but it could be that instead we think of the possibility that there may be an awful lot more to reality than we do know already. One of the historical figures associated with pantheism is Spinoza, the 17th century Dutch philosopher, and he in one place says that of the modes of God, we're acquainted with two, mentality and materiality, okay, so mind and matter, but reality as a whole, God as a whole, includes just an infinite number of modes. So that idea starts to tantalize me a little more. So if we think that reality might infinitely transcend our present understanding of it, or the extent to which we come to know it through science, for example, then when somebody says, I'm going to call that God, well, maybe that would be worthy of such a label.
Well, theism would claim that this is an impoverished view of God because God is not a person, and there's no relating to that person, and no personal characteristics.
Well, there might be some role for personhood. Perhaps not personhood as we know it. It could be that personhood as we know it is sort of the thin edge of a wedge that expands infinitely, and there could be a way of understanding personhood that is exemplified in God that exceeds our present comprehension. Could also be that personhood as we know it, consciousness in one form or another, has some place within the infinite dimensional divine reality. I think it would be well advised to take the Spinoza route to say that the divine reality might infinitely exceed consciousness and what we know of personhood.
John, it sounds like you're morphing from an atheistic critic into a kind of a soft pantheist.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think that a certain form of pantheism is epistemically possible. By that I mean that it's not obvious that it's false, and it's worth investigating further. And it's quite compatible with that view to say that traditional theism is just plain false. The idea of consciousness infinitized, the traditional idea of God, has irremediable problems attached to it. So, although I remain open on pantheism, I am an atheist. Those two are compatible.
Is pantheism reality? I'd be disappointed, as well as shocked, if it were. But here's what I do get from pantheism. God, if there is a God, has a truly intimate relationship with the world. I also take seriously the desire to have only one kind of stuff, not the sharp dualistic distinction between physical and spiritual. But I cannot go with pantheism. Moreover, I root against it. If I go for explanations beyond science, I'd hope for personal afterlife, which pantheism cannot offer. I put pantheism to theistic philosopher Richard Swinburne.
That wouldn't make God a very simple being, would it? That is to say, there would be a large number of parts of God, and one would wonder how these are related to each other. And since things behave in the universe, in different parts of the universe, in the same way, one would suppose the simplest explanation of that would be in terms of something outside them controlling how they behave in the same way.
Some scientists are attracted to pantheism to make science sacred, to invest the world with wonder, to sense awe in light of the vast universe. While wonder and awe bring short-term joy, alone they provide no long-term solace. Turning to pantheism to replace worship in theism with reverence in science pays a price too high. So while pantheism, for me, is not truth, it may help get us closer to truth.
For complete interviews and for further information, please visit closertotruth.com. This program was supported in part by a grant from the John Templeton Foundation.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it.
The latest appliances, big savings, right now at Best Buy.
My life passion is to probe existence. I have relied on science and philosophy, but yet I cannot ignore the possible existence of God and its staggering implications. My way of thinking about God has been informed by philosophy of religion, asking big questions about what God may be like, if any such supreme being exists at all. Sectarian doctrines have not been my interest, the cacophonous claims of various religions, but to consider the possibility that God may be real and to explore how humans rationalize their belief in God, I confront the core claim of Christianity. Jesus is God. Let that sink in. Not like God, not representing God, but literally is God. One need not be a Christian or even a theist to appreciate the arguments. Is Jesus God? Jesus as God? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my philosophical inquiry. Jesus as God. I feel an instinctive aversion, due more to the banality of the phrase than to any consideration of its meaning and import. I can take two approaches to Jesus as God. The first is as a skeptic, my natural tendency, critiquing with well-known arguments the existence of God, and criticizing even more so that a human could literally be God. The second approach would be to imagine myself as a Christian philosopher, get from the inside a sense of beliefs and their rationale. As for the first, I've been there, done that. As for the second, I'm game. I go to Scotland, St. Andrews University, the Logos Institute, a leading center for philosophical and analytic theology. I begin with a contemporary systematic theologian, the Emeritus Professor of Divinity at Cambridge and Honorary Professor at St. Andrews, Sarah Coakley.
Sarah, I want to know if there's a God, and the way I traditionally have done it is I like to look at cosmology. Christian religion would say, you know, that's nice, but if you really want to know God, you have to look at Jesus. What does it mean to say that Jesus is God, and how can we know God by knowing this human being, Jesus?
Actually, the Christian tradition doesn't say that Jesus is God. The Christian tradition says, technically, that the second person of the Trinity, the Son, became man as Jesus, or assumed human nature as Jesus. So there's not a straightforward identification of Jesus as God without remainder. Nor does it say, by the same token, that God turned into Jesus in the incarnation. So getting one's head wrapped around that is one of the hardest things, I think, for contemporary Christians. It involves actually some considerable analytic sophistication about exactly what words have to be used not to err on one side or the other.
What are the kinds of errors that you can do?
Well, if you make a simple identification of Jesus, the human who walked around in Nazareth and so on, with God, then you suggest that sort of God has transmogrified into Jesus, and no one is sustaining the cosmos while Jesus is doing whatever he's doing. That's one mistake. Or another mistake is that Jesus was an exceptionally fine, perfect person who was, as it were, specially under the guidance of God.
You've come up with an idea that we should maybe accept what seems to be paradoxes or inconsistencies and not try to artificially get rid of them and kind of appreciate them in order to understand.
I mean, one of the difficulties of explicating the second person of the Trinity took flesh and became man is that you're dealing with an event there which is by definition unique. And so it's extremely hard to explicate it without playing a mystery card sooner or later. But that in itself is not necessarily a sign of incoherence. I also don't think you can prove on evidential grounds that the Jesus of the Gospels is evidentially the Son of God. I think something else has to come in, something that is responsive to the individual. Because there's a great longing, I think, for a kind of what's called internalist evidentialism that would prove once and for all whether this is an acceptable doctrinal proposition. It's not like you can pick up your Gospels and just read straight off from the stories of the parables or whatever back into the nature of God. It's precisely because of this metaphysical apparatus of incarnational claims that there's a need first to decide whether you are signing on to the idea that it is possible that God could have incarnated in this way. And there are several things that could nudge you in that direction, but ultimately this is going to be a spiritual response.
When the second person of the Trinity became, or somehow was in Jesus, were there only two left?
No, there was not only two left. Short.
Not only
the
two
second, you see, that this is the crucial logical form of this semantics. So the second person of the Trinity didn't turn into Jesus, nor did the second person of the Trinity go off duty and lose all his characteristics and transmogrify into Jesus, nor did the second person of the Trinity just sort of take Jesus to use as a fellow traveler. This is where it becomes very mind-bending. The person of Jesus was the second person of the Trinity. There wasn't another person that he took on. There was a human nature that he took on.
Sarah carefully delimits what is meant by Jesus as God, a kind of distorting shorthand, she says, for an apparently more complex structure, a trinity of three persons that is somehow one God. And the remarkable claim that the second member of this triune God came into some kind of mind meld with the first century young adult we know as Jesus. That's some heavy baggage to take on board. Sarah acknowledges playing a mystery card. To me, the Jesus as God claim contrasts sharply with our vast cosmos, my usual starting point for probing existence. I posed the Jesus as God question to an expert on Jesus, the professor of New Testament and early Christianity at St. Andrews, N.T. Tom Wright.
The question is, what does the word God mean? And I think if you start by saying, here is this extraordinary universe which we live in, which I exult in, actually, when I start at the other end and say, something extraordinary happened in the first century in Palestine, and it was this man, Jesus, and pretty soon his followers were saying, my Lord and my God. What did they think they meant? Were they aware of the complexity of the world? I think actually they were. And they were meaning by God something which relates to the entire Hebrew Bible tradition, which is a very mysterious picture of a God who made the world and the same God who calls Israel to be his people.
What is the significance of this one human being God?
Well, the phrase Jesus being God, you have to be careful because, of course, from the very beginning, Christians haven't just said Jesus is God. They do say that, but then they qualify because Jesus is not, as it were, God without remainder, which is why you get the beginnings of a Trinitarian theology in the New Testament itself. And it's why they use this phrase Son of God, which is ambiguous because it also means Messiah, goes back to the Psalms. But what we see in the New Testament is this convergence of messianic language with then, oh my goodness, there's something more going on language. But here's the thing. Many Jews in the Second Temple period seem to have believed in God having a story, that God had come to dwell in Jerusalem on Mount Zion in the temple, and then at the time of the exile, he'd disappeared. And then the prophets say he'll come back. Even after the exile, after they've rebuilt the temple, Malachi says that, Zechariah. Nobody ever says he has come back. And the New Testament picks up precisely those prophecies to say this is the story of God and here's how God came back. So that nobody was looking for that, nobody was expecting it, but it seems as though that is the way that they're construing this whole question of who is Jesus? Well, you know that Israel's God said he would come back. Well, could it be, is it thinkable, etc.?
Dig deeper. If that's there, then what?
If that's there, then the first followers of Jesus are faced with quite a conundrum, how you can talk meaningfully about God and Jesus in the same breath. And I think one of the things you see very early on in the Christian movement is poetry, because with poetry you can do what straight prose finds it difficult to do. With poetry you can do in a measure what music does, which is say 3 or 4 or 5 things at the same time. And so some of the very earliest attempts to express this in the New Testament are really poems in which they're telling the story of God and telling the story of Jesus and holding them together as a poem does in a kind of a shimmering unity, and then saying, now, actually this poem is a prayer, and if you want to understand it, you'll have to start praying it.
Can you be God and then the Son of God at the same time?
What you see precisely in John's prologue is that he starts off with the Logos, but then by the end of the prologue, he is using Son of God language. And it's interesting because in the rest of the book, he doesn't use Logos language, he uses Father-Son language. And it's as though he says, here is the lens, and you use this lens of the Logos, and now I'm going to talk about the Father and the Son, but I want you to remember that this is about the word through which all things were created. And so he is fusing them together.
Tom begins with those much recounted first century events, fusing 2 big ideas. Jesus as the Logos, the Word, the creator of all, and Jesus as the Son of God. The 2 ideas, though obviously big, are not obviously coherent. God the Creator and God the Son of God as the same being? So how did these not obviously coherent ideas become sacred doctrine? I ask a pioneer of analytic theology, Oliver Crisp.
Oliver, if there is a God, and if that God created all that we know, it is just bizarre, indeed perhaps absurd, to think that that God became a human being in some real sense, not a metaphorical sense.
I think you're absolutely right that it's the kind of scandal at the heart of the Christian message. The way to think about that has been established for us going back centuries into the life of the early church, where very early on Christ seems to have been included in the worship of the church as somehow part of the divine identity. What happens after that is, as Christians reflect further, is that they begin to think more about how to differentiate the Father from the Son, Jesus, and this other thing, the Holy Spirit, until eventually, a few centuries later, you have the doctrine of the Trinity, that you have one God in 3 persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And of course, who Christ is right at the heart of that. But you have this kind of backing into the doctrine of the Trinity from what is thought about Christ and how he can be both human and divine at one at the same time.
Well, I mean, it seems like a big jump from Son of God, which seems to be the overt description, to literally God.
It is a big jump. It seems like something about Christ's message, what it is he communicates to his early disciples, leads them very quickly to think this person is more than another human being, this person is somehow divine. And much of the early Christian debate about this is about trying to figure out what's the wrong view and what's the right view and how to articulate that.
What are some of the wrong views? I like those.
So one wrong view is to say something like what's called Apollinarianism, and here Christ has a human body, but the place of the human mind is taken by God. So he's not completely human. He's like a kind of human zombie with a divine mind in there. And so the early church was trying to figure out, are these views right? They can't be right if what we've got here is someone who's fully God, really completely God, but also fully and completely human. We don't want someone who's just partly human. We don't want something like a divine zombie. We want someone who's both fully human and fully divine at one and the same time.
But how is it possible to be fully human and fully divine at the same time? Fully sure seems to amp up the apparent contradiction. Must faith now make its grand entrance? I ask a devout philosopher of religion in the Catholic tradition, Eleanor Stump.
Well, I think that we have a help here in the old patristic formulations. Christ is one person with 2 natures. And the idea behind this formula is God in himself is incorporeal, immutable, eternal, perfect, loving, joyful, and we're not like that. And the problem with us is that we're broken, and in our trouble, we refuse help. So in those circumstances, God had an idea Why don't I join them and see if joining them will encourage them to come to me? What's the message of Jesus? Come to me and I will be able to help. So for the sake of joining us, what was he going to do? Well, it is not possible for a thing that's perfect to cease being powerful or cease being all-knowing, but he could add on another nature. So he adds on a human mind, he adds on a human body, and now he can operate in two radically different ways. He can operate either through the divine nature, which is his own, or he can operate through this added on human nature.
So my question is, in terms of the divine nature and the human nature, is it shifting one to the other, where each one is totally on and totally off? Or is there some kind of a more complex blurring or a melding of the two?
Sometimes Christ operates in his divine nature. Sometimes Christ operates in his human nature, or sometimes he operates in both of them together.
What does both together mean then?
Well, it means that he's using both natures at the same time to get the job done. So it's not...
Isn't that a blending?
No, that's not a blending. Think of it as bad science fiction. The alien invades the human mind. The alien's mind is much superior to the human mind. But for the sake of conquering Earth, the alien sometimes just operates through the human mind. And when the alien operates just through the human mind, there's a lot the alien doesn't know about the alien's own world and so on. If you've got two minds, you can operate in one or the other or both of them. On the Christian, God cannot suffer. But it is true that God suffers because the person who is crucified is a divine person.
So in reality, God did suffer or didn't suffer?
God does suffer. In reality, God does suffer. Not in God's divine nature, but in God's human nature, which is God's nature also.
Two natures, two minds, the human blurring the divine. But which nature or mind has control? How or who or what decides? Even so, does two minds even make explanatory progress? Are there other explanations? I ask a philosopher of religion at Baylor, an expert on Kierkegaard, C. Stephen Evans.
There are a number of different attempts to make sense of the idea that Jesus could be both human and divine, and of course it does seem paradoxical, and Søren Kierkegaard says it is a paradox. He just thinks we should accept it as mystery. But lots of people have tried to sort of say, well, maybe we can make some sense of it, at least to the degree that we can show it's not absolutely contradictory. So my own view is that it starts from the idea of kenosis, which is Greek for emptying, and there's a passage in one of Paul's letters where Paul says that Christ, even though he was equal with God in the form of God, didn't sort of cling to that, but he emptied himself and became like a servant, and finally went to death, and then it says, and then God has rewarded him by exalting him. So kenotic Christology takes seriously this idea of kenosis.
Emptying.
Yeah, self-emptying. And so people say, how can a human being who's born at a particular place and time, and certainly doesn't look all powerful, how could he possibly have all those divine qualities? Well, Jesus has a divine mind and a human mind, but the human mind is not aware of the divine mind. The divine mind is aware of the human mind. There's sort of a two minds view. And I think that's a coherent, possible way of making sense of the incarnation or of Jesus as God. But I prefer to take more seriously the idea of kenosis, and it requires the idea that God could limit himself. One of the things an all-powerful being could do is to limit his power. Now, there's an old paradox in philosophical theory called the paradox of the stone. Could God create a stone so big he couldn't live? Right? But there's a serious problem there, because you might think that if God cannot limit himself, that there are things I can do he can't do. I think self-limitation is in fact a perfection, and that a God who couldn't limit himself wouldn't be able to relate to human beings as well as a God who can limit himself. For example, the idea of covenant. But covenant is involved the idea of a promise. But a promise is a kind of limitation. You know, if I make you a promise, I'm kind of binding myself. I'm limiting myself. And I think we have a God who can make promises, a God who can limit himself. I'm going to put aside omnipotence and omniscience and all these sort of omni properties, and I'm going to fully live as a human being, meaning that I don't know things. I'm not omniscient. I get tired. I get unhappy. I cry perhaps sometimes because my friend has died. So I think canonic Christology to me is very attractive because it means God has fully entered into the human condition. The really important thing is that Jesus can be God because that's who he is. And he shows us God's essential nature, which is love, by his willingness to put aside these other properties and suffer for us and with us.
What I get about canonic Christology, God radically emptying God's own self, is that it offers a Christologically consistent alternative to the blur of two minds. It also aligns with a God becoming human to suffer with us and to save us, assuming, of course, one buys into the whole Christian worldview. I love consistency, but I'd be shocked if my sense of consistency made much impact on what that God were like if there were a God. But whether Jesus had two minds fully, or whether God emptied God's own self of the divine, bottom line, what was Jesus in Christian philosophy? What does it mean to avow that Jesus is God? I ask an expert on contemporary Christian doctrine, the Regius Professor of Divinity at the University of Cambridge, Ian McFarland.
What Christians want to say is to look at Jesus is to come up with the fundamental clue or understanding of what it is that drives and grounds and brings to a fruition the universe as we know it. That's what it means to say Jesus is God. And I think what's important about that approach is that rather than beginning with a notion of God in the abstract, that then becomes a model over against which we try to match up Jesus and see if Jesus meets the criteria for this God. The gambit that Christians want to ask people to take is to say, this person's life is the measure for whatever we want to say about God. So we don't begin with a notion of God and then see how Jesus fits it. Rather, we begin with Jesus and allow that to discipline, define, and shape our understanding of who God is. So that the first thing that comes from that, of course, is that the God whom we know in Jesus is the God of Israel. It's a God who's has a history with a people, and Jesus is the culmination of that insofar as no longer now simply living, as it were, above the people and guarding them. God now binds God's own life to this people, and through this people, through one human family, the whole human family.
It would sound like you're saying that my approach in life has been exactly backwards and exactly wrong, because I would start with, is there a God? Then what are those characteristics of God? And then, does Jesus qualify for that?
There's a distinction between the logic of belief and the logic of coming to believe. I'm sure most people who become Christians already have an idea of God and somehow futz around with that in relationship to Jesus, and that's perfectly fine. But I think in terms of the logic of belief itself, the logic of the faith, yes, it is backwards. I think it is important that one begins with Jesus because it means that the kinds of attributes that one might be tempted to begin with in talking about God, abstractly, if I may put it that way, attributes like omnipresence, omnipotence, omniscience, and so forth, while certainly important parts of Christian confession, are not where we start. We begin with the reality of the one who comes among us and gives his life for us, and that's what leads us to those broader so-called metaphysical attributes.
The Christian claim is astonishing. Jesus, a human being who died in his 30s, is God. Literally God, literally the supreme being who created the universe. Then come the complexities. How could an all-powerful, all-knowing, infinite God become human? Become subject to human limitations in power, knowledge, time, and space? What's more, that confounding triune God, the second person of which, as the Christian doctrine developed, is the God person who incarnated as Jesus. To me, whether the incarnation meant Jesus had two minds, one divine and one human, or more a human mind because God emptied God's self, doesn't much matter. Each brings a kind of coherence, but no justification and certainly no proof. But proof is not the point. The point is faith, if one believes Jesus is God. Or if one does not believe, Jesus as God provides a tour of human obsession and ingenuity. The Christian ideal, I'm told, is to start knowing God by first knowing Jesus. Personally, I stick starting with the cosmos. And even if I could get to God, from there to where, who knows? To start with Jesus is not my gift. I may have it backwards, but that's okay. I don't like mystery cards. To get closer to truth.
For complete interviews and for further information, please visit closertotruth.com.
I yearn to know deep reality. I've focused on cosmology and consciousness, but I take seriously the potential existence of God, or something like God, if there be such a being. My approach has been generally analytical, philosophy of religion style, examining the nature, essence, and traits of God, if there be a God. I've generally not considered sectarian doctrines, the specific God claims of diverse religions, but in my avoidance have I limited my scope. In the West, Christianity is so common that our ears have become dull to its astonishing, some would say preposterous claims. Is God triune, a trinity? Is one God three persons? How could one be three, or three be one? The notion, to be charitable, does not strike me as obvious, perhaps not even coherent. Yet very smart thinkers, philosophers hold this belief. What arguments do they pose? One need not be a Christian or even a theist to appreciate clever moves of logic and linguistics in humanity's search for deep reality. What's the Trinity? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my philosophical inquiry. The Trinity. How could one God be three persons? I can't allow the numbing repetition of the term Trinity to obscure its disruptive assertion. What's to be learned from its strivings for coherence? Should I immerse myself in the world of philosophical theology, feel what it's like to think like a Christian philosopher? I visit one of the world's leading centers for philosophical and analytical theology, Scotland, St. Andrews University, the Logos Institute. I begin with a leader in metaphysics and philosophy of religion, a past president of the Society of Christian Philosophers, Notre Dame philosopher Peter Van Inwagen. Peter, the Christian claim of God gets you immediately to a Trinity, which, if I'm sitting back and thinking about the structure of reality, seems pretty bizarre. What are these three things that compose one God?
I promise you I will answer that question. But I want to begin with
I'm
this.
impressed by that.
Assuming that there is a God, why did he bother to make a world? That is, why did he bother to create anything besides himself? Now, Jews and Muslims have a very good answer. So that love could exist between persons, so that there could be persons who love each other, and there could be persons who cooperate to do things for each other. All these good interpersonal relationships could not exist if there were only one person, the divine person in the world. But, of course, that does imply that there are goods that are not inherent in God's nature. The Christian doctrine says that all goods are inherent in God's nature. Not only is there one person who loves another, even if there was no creation, then there would even be two persons cooperating to do something for a third person. All these goods exist full and perfect and complete inside God, so that everything that happens in all the goods of interpersonal relations that happen in the created world are a kind of copy of these. This leaves Christians without any answer to the question, why would God bother to create anything? It's a mystery. But it does leave Christians in possession of the doctrine that all goods are actually to be found in the divine nature.
Without God having to create.
That is, you can't both have an explanation of why God would create and also have everything inside that goodness for the total reality, goodness of reality would need inside God's nature. And Christians end up having the one, and the Jews and the Muslims have the other. But how is this possible? That is, the Muslims in particular, Jews might be more polite on this, but both believe that the Christians are tritheists. They believe in three gods, and the Christians insist that they believe in one God, but that's not very believable, is it? How could there be three persons in one God? Because each of them is a divine person. Each of them is God. One way around this mystery is to think that there might be no such thing as just counting, but rather counting by. If the Christian, I mean, how many gods are there? One way for the Christian answer was, well, there isn't any unique answer to that question. What do you want me to count them by? You use the word God, so maybe you want me to count them by gods. That is, by divine beings. Oh, in that case, there's one. But do you want me to count them by persons? Well, there are three then. And if you think that's contradictory, that's because you think there's such a thing as absolute counting.
If you really believe that there are these three centers of consciousness, the three persons, and go, what do you care if somebody calls it monotheism or tritheism? What do you care?
We Christians are children of the Jews. They are our parents. We believe in their God. It is their God who has become, we believe, incarnate in Jesus Christ, and his triune nature revealed to us later. There can't be anything more stark than the insistence of the Hebrew Bible that there is one God. It is extremely important to us that there is one God. But we find it in our tradition revealed to us that there are three.
Peter posits that for God to have within God's own self intrinsically all perfections, including love, God must consist of three persons, because love is a social contract requiring interrelationships. Such reasoning is derived from what's called perfect being theology, analyzing God's traits as nothing greater can be imagined. But why should God, if there is a God, conform to human notions of strict, perfect beingness? Moreover, does Peter's explanation hold with only a particular kind of Trinity, a so-called social Trinity, where the three persons that compose the Trinity have separate centers of consciousness with independent wills and intents? But are there other kinds of Trinities? I meet a professor of systematic theology, a pioneer of analytic theology, a fellow at St. Andrews, Oliver Crisp.
At the heart of the doctrine is the idea that God is one in essence, but three in person. That is, there's Father and a Son and a Spirit, and these three are distinct, though they share somehow in one divine essence. One model says, well, in a way, these three are something like relations. Subsistent relations is the term that St. Thomas Aquinas uses. So the Father and Son and the Holy Spirit are one, and can only be differentiated in virtue of the fact that they bear these relations to one another, being begotten of the Father, being spirated by the Father and the Son, perhaps, and being ingenerate, or not being generated by anybody. That's the Father. So just the relations distinguish the person. Well, another option is to say that what you've got is a much more robust sense of distinctness. You've got Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and they're persons in this sense, that they have each a center of will and consciousness, and so they can make decisions together. And then they're one in the sense that, let's say, three human beings are instances of the one thing, humankind. That's sometimes called a social view of the Trinity. The first one's sometimes called a Latin view of the Trinity, or a psychological view of the Trinity. Emphasizes the oneness, and this second view emphasizes the distinctness, or the threeness. But the worry is that you so emphasize the threeness that it's not sufficient to retain monotheism, which is what you want to have if you want to remain part of the Judeo-Christian tradition. And some Christian theologians have been happy to bite that bullet, but that seems to be, to my way of thinking, to be too great a cost. So it's not clear